welcome to Crime in Court. This is the 1996 Menendez brothers trial, California versus Erik and Lyle Menendez on trial for the homicides of Kitty and Jose, their parents. And speaking of, this just happened to pop up on my feed just right before I was going to start recording, and I saw this and it creeped me out. So here it is. I want to share it with you. This is a very, very brief little clip on some TV show called Business Tonight, where Jose Menendez appears. So here we go. It's very brief. This clip is like 25 seconds long. I will play it twice because it's so fast. So here we go.
Menendez is chairman of the board, president, and chief executive officer of Live Entertainment, joining us here in Los Angeles. And I should point out, this is the company, folks, that brings you the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles video, which seriously is a hot video right now.
It is. So the company is broad-based and it provides pretty much what the consumer wants.
Mm-hmm. And you must have projections for down the road what you're expecting to make at some point.
Well, we think 1989 will be a tremendous year.
So
Jose Menendez is chairman of the
FYI, 1989 is the year in which he and Kitty met their demise. So it's kind of an odd, eerie thing, even for that clip to still exist somewhere on the planet. I just thought that I don't know. I wanted to share it with you guys. Let's watch it one more time.
The board, president, and chief executive officer of Live Entertainment, joining us here in Los Angeles. And I should point out, this is the company, folks, that brings you the Teenage...
He just looks intimidating, doesn't he? Like even through the camera all these years later, like he has this, he exudes like this, I'm the most powerful man in the room type atmosphere. I don't know. I feel like I can feel it. What do you guys think?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles video, which seriously is a hot video right now.
It is. So the company is broad-based and it provides pretty much what the consumer wants.
Mm-hmm. And you must have projections for down the road what you're expecting to make at some point.
Well, we think 1989 will be a tremendous year.
1999 will be a tremendous year for what? I don't know. But that still lives on in the internet world, so I thought I would share that. I thought it was interesting. Very interesting that it popped up. Eerie to see him speak and talk and get a sense for his like atmosphere that he presents about himself. So yeah, just gives me the chills. Okay, so let's get started. We are on part 4 of the state's case, and we're going to continue on with Detective Leslie Zoller, lead detective. By the way, please let me know. I'm going to have another poll coming up soon for Michael Butkus. I believe he's one of the patrol officers that arrived at the scene, like one of the first people there. And he interviewed or at least, had some interactions with the brothers. So let me know if you want to hear his testimony. We will do what you guys want because I don't want to be here boring you guys and then, you're like, well, why'd you read through that boring ass testimony? And if it's boring, then it's your fault because you picked it. No, I'm just kidding. Then we'll all be bored together, universally. If it's boring testimony. So far, like I feel like it's going fast for me reading through it. I feel like it's going by a lot faster than I thought it would. So, I mean, if we do end up reading a lot more of the testimony, I'm fine with that. I maybe we can even add another day to the week. We could do 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, instead of Tuesdays and Thursdays. So let me know what you guys think about that too. Let me know in the comments if that is something that you would like. So we're going to get started. So Detective Leslie Zoller, we left off with him on the stand. However, there's going to be some argument before he comes back on the stand. This is now October 16th. So we've had week 1 is done. We are beginning week 2. And so this is a Monday morning, all fresh from the weekend and coming in, and the court begins. So the court says, in the trial, the defendants and all counsel are present. Something counsel wanted to discuss before we proceed? Miss Nahara says, yes, Your Honor, there's a few things. First of all, with regards to the witness list, Your Honor, the people have prepared one with the understanding that the defense and the people would trade lists today. We have those lists. We'd like a copy of the defense list so we can trade them. Mr. Gessler says, Your Honor, it's impossible for us to come up with a list without having their list. We need we need at least a half a day after getting their list to have any meaningful impact as to who we will call and how long it will take. We don't even know if they are going to call all the witnesses on their original list. If they are not, we may call some of them. So that's always a possibility when the state has a bunch of witnesses and then they only call a few. You have every right to call every other one of those witnesses yourself to examine them. We'll just cross examine them if they're going to call them. It's impossible for us to exchange a list until we have a little notice as to what theirs is going to be. The court says, certainly you have a definite idea of certain witnesses you intend to call. Mr. Gessler says, yes, we do, of certain witnesses. If we want that, remember they were pulling witness stuff in the last few episodes. They were trying to rearrange witnesses. Sorry, my dog is so loud. They were trying to exchange or change around witnesses and put on the ex-girlfriend and Harry Berman, who is like a key witness, and they're going totally out of order when they're starting with the crime scene and the lead detective, which is usually how it goes. Usually start with that. You have to kind of establish that there was a crime before you can establish that the people did a crime. So there's that. Also, I want to remind you that there are links below in the description of this video where you can go and find the transcripts and follow along yourself. So I've updated the October 1995 folder, and now you have week 2. All of week 2 is on there, and as before, you do have access to this witness testimony list that I created, which will show you who's testifying when and on what days. So if you want to go back and look. I don't know why it's not loading. It's just taking a minute. Hold on. Okay, so this is my chart that I put together for you guys. For the people, we have Gil Garcetti, Carol Nahara, and David Kahn. For Lyle Menendez, remember there are two separate defense attorneys, one jury this time around. Lyle's attorneys are Michael Judge, Charles Gessler, and Terry Towery. And then for Erik Menendez, we have Leslie Abramson returning. She's the only lawyer that returned. Barry Levin is assisting her. And then we have Stanley Weisberg, or co-counsel, I guess, not like assisting, but co-counsel. And then we have Stanley Weisberg, the judge, who also is returning from the first trial. And he's very biased. He's kind of a jerk to the defense already, and we're only on week 2, and he's very pro prosecution in the way that he rules his court, I believe, or at least in this case. And it also seems that he might have colluded a little bit with the DA to get the conviction, because the first trial was a mistrial, and then just shortly after that, the O.J. Simpson trial happened, and what happened? He was acquitted. So that affected the politics of the day. So they really wanted a conviction. So I believe that the DA and the judge are in cahoots. So as a little bit, I don't know like how to what extent. I'm not calling them corrupt, but kind of in the sense that they're biased and what they did could have put away 2 men who were seriously, severely maltreated as children, or well, through their whole lives, and they didn't need such a severe punishment, perhaps, is what I would attest to. Okay, so again, we've got week 1. We just went through week 1. We're on week 2, but Detective Leslie Zoller, still on the stand. So we will continue his testimony. Just wanted to remind you, you have access to those documents whenever you want. Okay, so the court says, certainly you have a definite idea. Mr. Gessler says, yes, we do. Court says, why don't you give us a list of those witnesses you know you intend to call? Mr. Gessler says, I can give a list this afternoon. I don't have one printed up right now of the witnesses we know we are going to call, or a time estimate of them, because, again, depending on what they are finally going to do. Ms. Amerson cuts in and says, and what their time estimates are on some of their witnesses. Court says clearly there are some witnesses the defense proposes to call in its case in chief that have nothing to do with the prosecution's case in chief. You know who those witnesses are, and you have an idea as to how long their testimony will take. At least as to those witnesses, you can provide a list. Mr. Gessler says, yes, as to those witnesses, we could provide a list. But what would be limited to a very small amount of witnesses because many of our witnesses will be rebuttal. Mr. Abramson says, beyond that, we've had all the litigation over the so-called source evidence. The court has limited who we may call, and it's still unclear the scope of the ones that we will call. So she's already complaining. Well, not complaining. I would be complaining too if the judge was handicapping us at the knees from being able to present the defense witnesses that we want because he's limited their witnesses. So right here, you can see you've already limited who we may call. She has it on the record. You, judge, you have made this more difficult for us, and you've created a problem where we can't call the people we want to call. She says, the people know who they are. We've litigated these folks. I can put together a list of those folks. The source witnesses that the court said we can call for some purpose, but it's very difficult to estimate the length of their testimony. One second. Sorry, I had a cough. It was not fun. Um, now I don't know where it was. But it's very difficult to estimate the length of their testimony because I'm still not clear, and the court wanted to reserve the ruling. Did I start this part? Let me just start over because I don't remember if I did. The people know who they are. We've litigated these folks. I can put together a list of those folks. The source witnesses that the court said we can call for some purpose, but it's very difficult to estimate the length of their testimony because I'm still not clear. And the court wanted to reserve ruling on all the various things that can be elicited from them. So again, she's got it on the record. You, court, you wanted to reserve ruling on various things. So again, comes down to the judge. I don't think that's any mystery to anybody. The family witnesses, they testified before. We can get a list of those folks this afternoon. But since we're not under any obligation to indicate our client's testimony, and since other witnesses may be dependent upon our client's testimony, it's hard to estimate or to say for sure who we're going to call. Moreover, on the whole area of the whole physical evidence portion on the case, we still need to see who they're calling at on that until who they're calling on the physical evidence until we know who we're going to call. The court says this is not an issue of discovery where you're providing things just to help the people in their case in chief. It's an issue of efficient management of the trial. And what I'm going to do is order you to provide a list of all the witnesses that you at this point know that you're going to call. The people will provide their list of witnesses, and once you get their list, then you can digest it and decide which other witnesses you will be calling and provide that list tomorrow. Mr. Gessler says, all right. Ms. Nahara says, Your Honor, We also put them in some order as the court requested. As to what order they will be called, we request the defense. The order the court made originally was that both sides exchange lists with the order they're called and the time estimate. Ms. Abramson says, we can't do that until we see their list. The court says, I'm not concerned so much with the order at this time since they're several weeks away, at least who they are. And once we get closer to the trial stage where the defense will be presenting its evidence, then the defense, Ms. Abramson, cuts in. We still need an order of the people's witnesses for today and tomorrow and the next day since it constantly shifts. Ms. Towery says, just to make it a little simpler, the people have a witness list today, but they have refused to oh wow. They refuse to provide that to us until we provide a witness list. So they're like, well, we have a witness list for you, but we're not going to give it to you until you give us yours. What kind of childish, petty bullshit is that? Which they've continued to do. This is week 2, and they're doing this. The start of week 2. It sounds like what the court is ordering us to do is provide them with a witness list tomorrow if they can give us their witness list today. We could give them our complete witness list to the extent we know right now tomorrow rather than simultaneously handing lists to each other. It seems that it might be a little easier way to deal with it. The court says, obviously, it's not a fixed procedure where once you put something down in writing, you can't change it. Ms. Towery says, I understand, but if we were provided their list today, it would make it a lot easier for us to provide them with our list tomorrow. Thus far, the prosecution has refused to give us that list. The court says, we're wasting a lot of time on something that won't really matter. Really, Judge? People should provide their list today and we'll have the defense list tomorrow. Ms. Nahara says, for the record, I'm handing Mr. Levine 4 copies of the tentative list of order. Secondly, Your Honor, there was an issue as to 2 issues. The court says, you gave that to the court, did you? Ms. Nahara says, I have the original for the court, which I was going to hand to Penny as soon as we were together here, or through here. Sorry. Ms. Tinnell? I'm sorry. And the court says, well, and Ms. Nahara says, first of all, we have an issue left from last week with regards to the tape of Erik Menendez and whether or not the 2 pages that the defense proposes to redact and present to this jury are in fact the people have obtained to or have objected to that. And the question is whether or not they should be allowed to redact them. And if they are allowed to redact them, whether the redacted copy should be allowed to go before the jury. The court says, what is the other matter that you want to bring? Excuse me. Ms. Nahara says, as to Ms. Psarsik, Your Honor, I reviewed the issues, whether or not we even discussed the research material, and what the people did proffer originally was the confession and the purchase of the Saab. At this time, given how things have played out, did he buy a car? I don't know. I don't know what they're referring to there. Um, Given how things have played out, we will be offering or requesting to offer the testimony that was testified to in the first trial as to the fact that she did research for the defendant, Lyle Menendez, and also that he made some statements concerning Mr. Moans, which have been turned over to the defense. This is those prison calls that I was talking about. Lyle was talking to his girlfriend from prison and asking her to do some research about the effects of SA, childhood SA, and all that. And he also eventually does ask her, I think, to lie about it on the stand, lie that and say that his dad did something to her too. And he also asks a friend. So in this trial, Lyle does not testify. But again, I don't know if they know this all yet. I just know that, you know, in hindsight, he doesn't testify, but maybe they're still learning. Maybe they still think that he might go on the stand at this point. I don't know. Anyway, so Ms. Abramson says, "You want to tell him about the movie now, or do you want to wait?" Ms. Nahara says, "That's the next issue." The court says, "All right, do you have something then? You said you have two things." Ms. Nahara says, "That was the first thing. This is the second thing." Third thing, Ms. Nahara says, "I'm sorry. The second thing is all J.B. Pisarcik. The second thing, sub B of the second thing, would be that there is an exhibit that we are proposing to use with Ms. Pisarcik, which is the edited scene from the movie At Close Range, which was referred to in her testimony in the first trial. We have one copy of that which we have made available this morning. We told the defense that they could watch it in the break, or we could bring the TV down here and if they wanted to see it. They're asking the jury to see it. We have one. They want to. Oh, I don't know. Okay, so we told the defense that they could watch it on the break, or we could bring the TV down here, but we don't have a second copy. Whenever they want to see it, at the lunch, at the break, in the courtroom, up in our office, we'll do whatever the court wants us to do. The court says, as far as when Ms. Pisarcik is supposed to testify, Ms. Nahara says she's scheduled for tomorrow, which is why I'm bringing this up. Oh, geez, my dog's making noises. He's just dreaming, though. The court says, okay, go ahead. Anything else? Oh, she's scheduled for tomorrow, which is why I'm bringing it up. This is within 24 hours. He says, okay, go ahead. Anything else? That's one final issue, which is as to the discovery. I looked at the discovery order that was originally issued by the court back at the start of this trial, and in fact, it does clearly say the results of any tests, physical, mental, etc., done by the defendant should be made available to the people. So I don't know where the defense got the idea that things were not discovery, because that's clearly in the court's discovery order, and I have a copy with me if anyone needs to see it. Ms. Abramson says, paragraph 6, the court says, I believe the defense contends there's some appellate case that held that. We'll go in order of response. Go ahead. Ms. Abramson says, well, first of all, with respect to Ms. Pisarcik and their desire to call her tomorrow, Ms. Nahara handed us a brief note on Friday indicating there was new discovery. Oh, geez. More new discovery right in the middle of the trial concerning a conversation that she personally had with the witness, which now implicates in some fashion Mr. Paul Mones, an attorney who this court knows well was one of the counsel, albeit not acting in the courtroom for Erik and Lyle for the first trial. And it's not clear from in Ms. Nahara's notes exactly in what way Mr. Mones was supposed to be involved in any issue concerning research by Lyle Menendez. But it is very clear to us that there would have to be an extensive 402 hearing before the people should be permitted to implicate a member of the defense team in any way, shape, or form in a notion of in any way make in a f- in a notion of in any way make anything up in general. I don't know. That was oddly worded. Secondly, that whole area of Lyle Menendez allegedly requesting Ms. Pisarcik to look up cases for him was never introduced previously against Erik Menendez, was discussed only in rebuttal as a way of attacking Lyle Menendez's credibility. It has never been proffered prior to this moment by the people as part of its case in chief, which at this late moment requires litigation, which we would need to do unless the court can make a summary order prohibiting at this time the people from pursuing that line. We we have never even gotten to the point of litigating all of the rebuttal information that supposedly will come from Ms. Pisarcik from an Aranda Bruton standpoint with respect to my client, since we only have one jury now. And I must say, Your Honor, it has become virtually impossible for the defense to provide competent assistance of our attorney or of our clients in this case, if the people are going to be continually allowed to sandbag us at the last moment with items of evidence, with areas of testimony, with shifting of the witness lists, this is ludicrous. This is going to be fairly lengthy trial, not as lengthy as the first one. The people have had 2 years to prepare. We have been in court, I don't know how many days over the past 2 years, so there is no excuse for them to pull this little rabbits out of the hat at the last moment, except undoubtedly in the hope that we are asleep at the wheel or we will not have time to respond. I I second that. The court says, hold on a second. And the jury is entering the jury room from the back hall. The court says, 1 second. What is the story about Miss Pisarcik? You said she's unavailable except for this beginning of this week. Why is she unavailable? Ms. Nahara says, my understanding is she's available Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. She told us, I believe it was last Thursday even, that she wasn't available Thursday and Friday, but I didn't get the reason why, and we haven't found out yet. Judge Weisberg says, well, find out because we want to find out why. If we have to litigate issues relating to her testimony, we have to do it right now rather than some more appropriate time. Ms. Abramson says, I also think we need to litigate why it is Ms. Nahara is interviewing this witness by herself, so she is the person providing notes. Oh, that's not good. That is not good. And usually you should have like a third party there, so it's not, um, yeah, so people can't say, well, this happened. It's not one word against the other if something changes and somebody changes their story. And I'd like to see what her original notes were, since all we have are these little blurbs. And I think certainly if there's going to be any issues involving a former attorney in this case, we need an extensive evidentiary hearing with the witness. There's one other matter, Your Honor, concerning this sense that we have, that we hope is obvious to the court that the people are playing games here. On Friday, when they first told us that Jamie Pisarcik and Brian Eslamania were suddenly going to be replacements for other witnesses, we asked for discovery of any follow-up reports or notes. Eventually, towards the end of the day, Ms. Nahara came up with a little 3-paragraph notes of her conversation, and when we asked her about any notes or reports concerning Brian Islamania, she said that Detective Zoller had them and that he hadn't had a chance to prepare them yet, a report, but he had his notes. Detective Zoller then provided us with his notes, which were dated September 14th, 1995. We asked Detective Zoller why it was that these notes had not been turned over before, and he quite candidly told us that he wasn't told to turn them over before, and that he obviously and appropriately waits until the lawyers who are representing his side instruct him and does not make discovery on his own. And that is the way it has been from the beginning in this case. And so I don't fault Detective Zoller, but I think it is disingenuous, at the least, for Ms. Nahara to say a report hadn't been prepared when the notes have been in their possession for a month and we have been in trial the entire time. The court says, okay, what is the people's response to that? I don't want to have a protracted hearing just as to why the Eslamania materials weren't turned over earlier. So, more stuff not being turned over. Ms. Nahara says, Your Honor, after the interview on September 14th, my understanding was that Detective Zoller, I think you can question him about this, was going to prepare a report and give that to us. And we've basically been waiting for the report to materialize so we could turn it over, quite frankly. That would have been the catalyst for the discovery. When we questioned Detective Zoller about it, and he said the report hadn't been done, and we gave him the notes. The court says you did that just Friday with the expectation you'd be calling him today. Ms. Nahara says we did that Friday. We understood on Friday that he would not be called today. The court says Friday was when you indicated you wanted to call him today. Correct, Your Honor. We actually, they're so confusing. We actually indicated Friday if we couldn't get him the notes on Friday, we'd get them as soon as possible. The court says you intended to call Eslamania today, is that right? Correct. That's how this all arose. You were going to call Eslamania today and you had some notes you wanted to turn over. The question is, why didn't you cause this report to be prepared or the notes provided closer to the date of September 14th? Why do we have to have this hearing now? I don't know if there's anything material in the notes that changes any of his testimony, but assuming there is, why is it that you have to bother court and consume the jury's time now? Good question. Ms. Nahara says, quite frankly, what we should have done is basically gotten the report from Detective Zoller and basically nagged him for it, which we did not because we got sidetracked with other things, quite honestly. Okay. Ms. Emerson says, Detective Zoller is a very honest policeman. Ms. Nahara says, yes. Ms. Abramson says, and the court knows that. The court has seen. He made it very clear to me, and he made it clear just now, the way he nodded his head, that he was never supposed to provide this to the court. She can tell whatever fib she wants, but I wish she wouldn't get Detective Zoller involved. It's not fair to him. Wow. Darts thrown. I like it. I mean, if it's true, and she's saying it on the record in court. Let's see what they've got to say in response. But Leslie continues on. Zoller. Not Zoller. Les, Leslie Zoller is the detective. I meant Leslie Abramson, the attorney, is continuing on here. She says, now they want to play part of a movie for them to suddenly upon us. The court says, we're not getting into the details of Pisarcic's testimony. Ms. Towery, Towery says, that's hard to say. Just so I'm not waiving any of my objections, I join in all of the objections that Ms. Abramson has made. Nice. Good, because you know she's going to be on it. Our girl, Mrs. Abramson, is on it. And also with respect to the so-called research aspect of her testimony that was presented in rebuttal at the last trial, this morning I asked Ms. Nahara if the prosecution was seeking to offer that in their case in chief, and she indicated initially that they were not. That would be something that they would present in rebuttal if appropriate. However, then she changed her mind and said yes, she would be presenting that along with the new discovery regarding Mr. Moans. So, we litigated this on August 18th, I thought, and I went back and checked, and we did. Defense filed a sort of global 402 motion in limine regarding in addition to Ms. Pisarcic's testimony, other people's testimony. And at that time, the prosecution indicated that the only matters they were offering through Ms. Pisarcic in their case in chief was the admission, the so-called fabrication evidence, and the purchase of the sob. I don't know how you say that. So now we're looking at this research evidence, which has never been litigated. And I do have a 352 objection to that, both vis-a-vis Lyle Menendez as well as Ms. Abramson's objection to with respect to Erik Menendez. Now, I'm concerned that they're going to be seeking to bring in books about the BBC, which I was assuming they were not proffering based on their prior representation. That was the Billionaire Boys Club, if you recall from Trial 1. I guess there's books too about, well, they wrote their own book about the Billionaire Boys Club, so maybe that's what they're talking about. But there was a movie about a rich kid taking the life of his parent, um, and they think that somehow that was the motivation behind these homicides when we know it was fear, and they knew that they were going to experience bodily harm, if not worse. So there's that. All right, so now I'm concerned that they're going to be seeking to bring in books about the BBC, which I was assuming they were not proffering based on their prior representation, and now we find out they want to show a portion of the movie with respect to the testimony that they did proffer. I've never seen this movie. The court says, okay, again, we're getting into Ms. Abramson says, let me get on to the other issues. I want to respond to the prosecution's other issue concerning discovery of the psychological test results, and I am referring, Your Honor, to the court's discovery order. I'm not sure if my copy is dated. Yes, the 4th of November, 1994, paragraph under the qualifications to the order, paragraph 3. The defense need not provide discovery of any portion of the statements, reports, or results of psychological evaluations of the defendants by experts which demonstrate any reference to or a reliance on, directly or inferentially, statements of the defendant. The name of the expert must be provided. So you don't have to provide their reports or statements or anything of that nature but the name, it seems. We did more than that, Your Honor. At the time at the first trial, we provided the prosecution and Dr. Michael Maloney's report, which summarized his findings. With respect to the psychological tests that at this point we intend to use, they do rely both directly and inferentially on the statements of the defendant. We have not made a decision about whether we're going to use any of the tests that do not rely on defendant statements that are multiple choice until Dr. Wilson has had an opportunity to examine them. And Dr. Wilson has not had that opportunity and will not until after the 1st of November because he is out of the country. So one of their witnesses is out. And he and Dr. Maloney have not exchanged correspondence just yet. If Dr. Wilson decides he is going to rely on any psychological tests that don't refer directly or inferentially to statements made by the defendant, he will turn the tests over at that time. But at this time, those are not the tests that I intend to offer, unless and until Dr. Wilson tells me otherwise. The types of tests we are talking about are tests that were developed specifically to evaluate CA, and they're all tests that are based on statements made by the party who's being evaluated. So I have been guided by, and that was the court's discovery order before the first trial. I've been guided by that order now for 3 years, and I didn't think that I was mistaken in understanding what our obligations were. We provided Mr. Maloney's report, however, anyway, because there was a spirit of cooperation between ourselves and the prior prosecution or prosecutors in this case. And in that same spirit of cooperation, without being asked, we also provided them with all of Dr. Vickery's notes. So Dr. Vickery was in the first trial, so it appears he might be testifying again. The court says, all right, the order is based upon the case of Rodriguez versus Superior Court cited in the discovery materials. If the people have a position that that is discoverable regardless of the Rodriguez case, the materials referred to by the defense, then you can file a brief on that subject. Ms. Abramson says, I also have presented to the court this morning the proposed limitation on extrajudicial speech. The court says, I'm not going to spend any time on this point, which, Judge, the jury member of the last day, so the end of the prior week, a jury member, when he asked, has anybody heard or seen anything about the trial? A juror said, yes, I saw the prosecutor on TV. I told my wife to turn it off. So the first thing that Ms. Abramson, like one of the big things that she first complained about was the fact that the prosecutors are talking to the media. And then she feels like she has to correct the record for what they're saying, and it just becomes like this big whirlwind. And instead, she would like to focus her attention on defending her client and not being pulled away on all these other things, I'm sure. She says, I have also presented the court this morning the proposed limitation on extrajudicial speech. He says, I'm not going to spend any time on that. There was also reference to the redacted version of the September 17th interview of Erik Menendez. Ms. Abramson says, yes, Your Honor. The court says, what are you proposing to redact from that? Nothing. I'm trying to put stuff back in rather than redact it out. This was a part of the people redacted out of the statement that had been introduced in the prior trial. I have several copies for the court, but all that I've done is retyped those 2 pages of the transcript from the version that the prosecution provided last Friday because their version left an enormous gap on the page which I sought to eliminate. Under 356, this was part of the same conversation that Erik Menendez had with Detective Zoller in New Jersey. And as I indicated to the court at the end of this conversation, Erik Menendez makes a statement that suggests, at least to our experts, and always has suggested, that he is very close to confessing his involvement in the crimes of his taking the lives of his parents. He is contrasting what he was like as a child, where he would never hurt anybody or anything, with his current situation in life. This was a statement that Detective Zoller did not follow up on during that interview. The conversation shifts from this to a discussion about Lyle having purchased Rolex watches, and this discussion was redacted under Aranda Bruton rules from the transcript by the court in an earlier hearing in an earlier ruling of the inadmissibility in a joint trial. The court says, what page is it that this material is found in? Mr. Amerson responds, the original, I believe it was on 33. Let me pull it out. Court says, not the original, just the exhibit currently before the jury. Ms. Abramson says, it's not in there. The court says, what page would it have been on? Are we talking about exhibit? I think it would have been on the very next page, Your Honor. The court says, when did you propose to get into this? Ms. Abramson says, probably not until the end of the end of Detective Zoller's cross-examination, which is going to take most of today. Court says, okay, then we'll deal with it later. Ms. Emerson says, fine. The court says you can identify precisely where it fits into the transcript that has already been shown to the jury and in the tape that was played, and then I can try and fit it together. Ms. Abramson says, yes. Court says, all right. Abramson says, I'll do that over the break. Court says, anything else then before we start? Ms. Abramson says, or Ms. Nahara, I just want to say she said she'd do it over the break. I mean, these poor lawyers. You get the same 15-minute recess that the jurors get as the lawyer, but sometimes you got to stay longer and argue out a point. Can you imagine the bladder control of lawyer? Like, I got to hand it to them. I would not be able to not go to the bathroom like when I need to go. That would be, I wouldn't want to be waiting till the next break just to go. But anyways, and yeah, so that just crossed my mind. Like, how do they find time to go to the bathroom and eat, and then on top of it, like, I'll get that to you over the break, Your Honor. It's like crazy. I don't envy attorneys for the crazy whirlwind of life that you have, especially trial attorneys. trial attorneys have it pretty stressful. Court says, anything else then before we start? Ms. Nahara says, just one thing for the record I want to clear up. Ms. Abramson said that I told her that I was the only person who interviewed Jamie Pisarcik on Thursday night. I never said any such thing, and I really don't know where she got that. Quite honestly, though, I gave them my notes, but never said anything about being the only person. Ms. Towery interrupts and says, I asked Ms. Nahara for her handwritten notes of the information we received typed report from her, and she indicated that they had been destroyed and that this was all the information that was available. If someone else was present during the interview with Jamie Pisarcik, I would ask for their notes. Ms. Nahara says, okay. Ms. Towery says, whoever this person might be. The court says, if there are such notes, you should have them. That's not a direct order, though. Like, he's so passive in ordering the prosecution to do something. Like, just grow some balls and be like, did you not hand this stuff over to them? Because I've told you 20 times already, and we're on week 2. You better get that stuff over. Like he doesn't even tell them. It's so subtle. It's like, well, if those notes do exist, you should have them. Not then the state prosecutor, you need to turn it over, get it to them. This is ridiculous how biased he is. Ms. Abramson says, could we have an indication who these other people might be that were present? Ms. Nahara says, Mr. Khan and Mr. Zoller. And as to anything different at that interview, that is what was presented to counsel. Ms. Abramson says, so I take it there are notes of things Ms. Nahara considers to be the same, and we would like to see those as well. Court says, are there other notes? That's the question. Ms. Nahara says, I don't believe so. There are, yes, Your Honor. The court says, then Mr. Zoller will provide the notes of that interview. And what is the history with Ms. Pisarcik's availability? Ms. Nahara says, I've just spoken to Detective Zoller. He tells me she is flying home on Thursday because her mother is very, very ill. Court says, okay, so it might be just for a day or two that she lives there or she lives here. Yes. So she's just going somewhere else for a short term. She'll be gone for 2 weeks, according to Detective Zoller. Okay, it sounds like perhaps that can be subject to change depending on when she's needed here at a certain time. Rather than her deciding when she should be fit into the testimony, perhaps the lawyers can exercise a little control as to when she has to leave so we can proceed with the trial without delays necessitated by last minute decisions that require hearings. Again, it's like still a backhanded insult. Like you can't, you have to dig a little to find the insult. It's like he still says it nicely. But anyways, he continues, all right, we're going to take a break until 15 minutes after the hour. That's 5 minutes, at which time the jury is coming out and we're going to start. Um, Court says, okay, let's get the jury out. And then the following proceedings happen. Give me 1 sec to take a sip of water. All right. So the court says, the jury is in court. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready to resume with the trial. The witness is on the witness stand. Detective Zoller, you're still under oath. Witness says, yes, Your Honor. Court says we're in cross-examination. Counsel are getting their exhibits organized here. Ms. Abramson says, thank you, Your Honor, just too many. Leslie H. Zoller, the witness at the time of adjournment, resumed the stand and testified further as follows. The court says we have our designated catcher over here. Unidentified juror says he's the stunt man, Your Honor. So somebody must have caught something. I don't know. All right, cross-examination. We don't know context, so it's not funny. Cross-examination. Good morning, Detective Zoller. Good morning. This is Leslie Aronson, by the way, doing questions. Detective Zoller, did you have any direct input in creating the plans that have been presented in this courtroom for this trial? Yes. And did you review them before they were made into final form? Yes. Now, let me ask you, has the house at 722 Elm Drive been sold to another family? Yes, it has. And do you have any recollection of what year the house was sold to another family? I do not. Have you been inside the premises since it was sold? Yes. Have the new owners done some remodeling and renovating of the interiors of the house? When I was inside, I couldn't tell. So you don't know. That's correct. And on how many occasions have you been inside the house since it was purchased by the new family? Once. And on that occasion, were you accompanied by anyone from their firm, Decision Quest? I believe so. It was either Decision Quest or Failure Analysis. There's another firm called Failure Analysis that has done some surveying of the premises? Correct. And is it your understanding that you went inside the house with a representative of only one of those firms or both of those firms? I'm not sure which. There were two people, and I don't know who they represented. So you don't know if there was one person from Decision Quest and one person from Failure Analysis, or two people from one of those firms. That's correct. And on the occasion when you were there and there was someone from the firm with you, did those people take any measurements? Yes. And what room or rooms did they measure? I wasn't with them the entire time. I saw them measuring the exterior and ground floor, foyer and den area, family room area. In the den family room that you're referring to is the crime scene where the bodies of Mr. and Mrs. Menendez were located? That's correct. Did they measure? Ms. Abramson object or cuts in and says, "Would the court allow me to sip while I'm examining so I don't cough?" Court says, "Sure." She might have a cold or something. Ms. Abramson says, "I think I was walking away from you when I asked a question. Did they measure any other room that you saw?" "Not to my recollection, no." "Were you there as a representative of the Beverly Hills Police Department to safeguard the premises while they were doing what they were doing?" "That wasn't my purpose, no." "Were you watching what they were doing, or did you have a completely separate reason for being there?" "I had a completely separate reason for being there." Did you ever see did you ever see what well, do you know whether or not the person or persons who were measuring the den and measuring the foyer prepared any diagram or drawings reflecting their measurements?" "I don't know what the results were, no." "You have never been given any diagram or drawings prepared by the outside firm?" "Me? No." "Your department?" "That's correct." Have you seen any diagram or drawings in the possession of the district attorney in this case that purport to have been on the day when you were at the residence with someone from one of those private firms?" "No, but I assume the diagrams do depict their measurements." "So you're assuming these diagrams that were prepared by Decision Quest were made based on those measurements?" "Yes." Now, prior to the first trial, did the Beverly Hills Police Department make a floor plan of the house? "Yes." Was that floor plan based on a series of blueprints that were provided to you by the former owner of the house? "Yes." By the owner who sold the house to the Menendez family? Actually, the blueprints came from the city. Fine. And was that blueprint or was that diagram that was prepared by the Beverly Hills Police Department inaccurate with respect to how the house actually was built? Yes. The blueprints and the final product didn't match up, did they? No, they didn't. And To your knowledge, were any blueprints utilized in creating the diagram that we have now in court? I believe that I did supply a copy of the blueprints. And to whom did you supply them? District Attorney's Office. And do you know where they sent them? I do not. And the district decision quest is not a part of the District Attorney's Office? That's correct. On the occasion when you were back inside the house, after its purchase by the new family, did you go upstairs? I did not. Did you examine the master bedroom in any way? No, I did not. Did any of the people who were there at the location with you go upstairs? I don't know. Now, he's the lead detective, guys, and he doesn't know a whole lot, as we've learned. So now, did you watch the videotape that was made on August 21st of the premises while it was being played in court the other day? Yes. And did you watch even recently before it was played in court? Yes. I want to draw your attention to the diagram with respect to, let me see which one this is, number 6. What I'd like is a post-it note to put the number on the front so that I don't have to keep running around the back. When it says here's a post-it here, Ms. Abramson says, oh, good. Would you write the numbers on there? Do you have a pen so I don't have to come over just to figure out what it is? If you should step down, Detective Zoller, so you could see the layout on the diagram, Exhibit 6 of the bathrooms. Okay. Um, did you notice on the video of the bathroom area that the sauna is actually farther, is where the diagram says shower? That's correct. That the sauna only opens to the right-hand side bathroom, which is labeled there his bath? Yes. And the shower is in the location where the sauna appears here, and the shower does have doors that open on both sides of it. That's correct? So one could get into the shower from either the her side or the his side. That's correct. But not the sauna. Yes. Now, thank you. You can resume your seat. Now, it was in the closet, I believe you testified, that labeled her closet where you observed the 222 caliber rifles standing upright. He says, yes. And were they in cases or were they were just standing alone? They didn't have any leather case or any kind of case around them. Is that correct? No. Now, that was confusing. So, no, they didn't, or no, that's not correct. That's not very helpful when we're confused after the question is answered. Continuing on, Leslie says, now, did you notice Detective Zoller in the crime scene video that was played for the jury in the area of both Ms. Menendez's closet and Mr. Menendez's closet, there appears to be a number of cardboard boxes standing up? Yes. And do you remember seeing those boxes? Yes, I do. And were there things in those boxes? Yes. Did you search in the things up in those boxes? I didn't personally know. Did any of your officers search those boxes to your knowledge? I believe so, yes. And who is it that you believe searched? I don't know, the Identification Bureau, or I know the Identification Bureau personnel searched along with my partner, Detective Linehan. And did they ever prepare any report or document that indicated that they saw what they saw in the house? In those box, okay, let me ask that question again. And did they ever prepare any report or document that indicated what they saw in those boxes? No. Did they ever have any notes of what they saw in the boxes? Not to my knowledge. And did some of those boxes appear to be more worn or older than others? Yes. Did you ever enter the garage of the premises on the day that you were there looking at the crime scene? No. At any time before, well, strike that. How many times did you return to the premises after the day of the crime? Strike that, that's not accurate. After August 21st in 1889. Approximately 4 or 5 times. And with the exception of the time that you went there after the premises were purchased by the new family, were those trips at the time when the Menendez family still owned and resided there, or at least some of them resided at that house? And he says yes. I keep getting a dry throat and feeling like I got a cough, and it's really throwing me off. And when you went to the house on those other occasions, did you come in contact with any member of the Menendez family? Yes. And who did you come into contact with? I one time contacted Erik Menendez, another time I contacted the Baralts. I believe an additional time I contacted Mrs. Menendez, the grandmother, and Terry Baralt. Okay, and do you recall what months it was that you made those contacts? In October, I contacted Erik Menendez. I remember I contacted Terry Baralt and Mrs. Menendez, and approximately 2 weeks after the crime of the 20th of August, I contacted the Baralts. Do you remember 2 weeks after the shootings, you understood the Baralts were the executors of Mr. and Mrs. Menendez's will? That's correct. And they were here in California 2 weeks after? Approximately. Now, you refer to the grandmother. Mrs. Menendez is the woman that you're referring to present in the courtroom now? Yes. Is she sitting in the first row of the spectators on that side of the courtroom? Yes. Gray-haired lady with glasses? That's correct. All right. And is it your understanding that Mrs. Menendez, as you've just identified her, is the mother of Jose Menendez? That's correct. And was it your understanding that she was the only living grandmother that Erik and Lyle Menendez had as of August 21st, 1989? That's correct. It was your understanding that Mrs. Menendez's mother had died a few years before that? Yes. So when Lyle Menendez was talking to you, for example, about his concern about the media trying to draw conclusions between organized crime and his father, and how that conclusion was upsetting his grandmother, you understood him to be talking about Mrs. Maria Menendez. That's correct. Did you make efforts to, after September 17th, 1989, did you make efforts to contact Erik Menendez here in California? Yes. And were part of those efforts calling the house on Elm Drive? Yes. And some of those occasions, did you wind up conversing with Mrs. Menendez? Yes. And does Mrs. Menendez appear to have Spanish as her first language? Yes. And in your opinion, did she have difficulty understanding English when you spoke to her? Yes. And did you leave messages with her to have Erik call you? Yes. Was it your purpose, Detective Zoller, after September 17th, to try to talk to Erik Menendez alone? Yes. Without Lyle Menendez present? That's correct. And you have a sense based on either his demeanor or things that he said during the September 17th, 1989 conversation that if you could talk to him alone, he might admit to you that he had something to do with the shooting of his parents. Mr. Khan objects, calls for speculation. The court sustains it. Leslie Abraham Abramson says, "What is your impression of Erik Menendez when you did see him in September and again when you saw him in December? That he was emotionally vulnerable?" Objection irrelevant. The court says sustained. Come on. Abramson says, "Were you shown this diagram, by the way, before it was presented in court?" Yes. Did you notice the problem with the sauna and the shower at the time? I did not. Did you notice the problem with Decision Quest having placed a staircase in the master bedroom where no such staircase existed? Which staircase is that? I believe you've already indicated that this mark on number 16, on number 6, see that little half circle? Doorway. I take that back. A doorway. That's correct. Did the original blueprints indicate that there was supposed to be a circular staircase there? Yes. There was supposed to be a door there. Yes. But based on your recollection of the house and reviewing crime scene photos, that door and that staircase were never built. That's correct. But they put it in? That's correct. Did you catch that mistake and call it to the attention of the district attorneys before they brought this diagram into court? A prior small diagram that showed what was going to be made into that diagram, I did point that out, yes. What was this all mumbo jumbo? All he needed to say was yes. But it came out this way anyway? That's correct. Now, let's go back to the guns for a moment. Guns that were in Mr. Menendez's closet. You've indicated that you didn't see any ammunition. That's correct. And guns had none of it. That's correct. And you've noted, or you've indicated now, did you search for ammunition, you personally? No. How big was the house, Detective Zoller? Approximately 7,500 square feet. Like, I can't even imagine how big of a house that is. It's like a friggin' museum or something. It's huge. All right, so approximately, I have no idea. Large? Very big. Very big. And you've indicated that you never were in the garage, so you don't know what was in there, correct? That's correct. Did any of your other officers look in the garage? Yes. Did they report to you that there were numerous cardboard boxes in the garage? Yes. Dozens upon dozens upon dozens? Yes. A lot? A lot. Was the entire garage, in fact, full of cardboard boxes? To my knowledge, or to my understanding, yes. And that was a two-car garage, a one-car garage. In the crime scene video, Detective Zoller, did you note that there appear to be drawers and cupboards open in Mrs. Menendez's closet? Yes. Is it your understanding that your officers opened those drawers and cupboards? It's my understanding that if they did not open those closets and cupboards, it's my understanding that they did not, sorry, that they did not open those closets and cupboards. And the crime scene video was therefore capturing the condition of that closet at the time when the police first got there? Yes. So you're saying, to the best of my knowledge, it did, yes, although it was quite a few hours later. At least the crime scene was captured in its original condition as we waved. Court says, when you say crime scene, what are you referring to? The witness says the den. Ms. Abramson says, are you suggesting then that your officers were permitted to change anything in any of the other rooms in the house? No, I'm not saying that. In fact, they were not supposed to be, or they were not supposed to do that, right? That's correct. And strike that. Also, in Mr. Menendez's closet, there appeared to be drawers and cupboards open. That's correct. It's your understanding those two were in the condition at the those two or those also were in the condition at that point when your officers first observed them. Yes. So no officer ever indicated to you that he had opened those drawers or cupboards, did they? No, they did not. And even if they had locked them, they were supposed to leave them whatever their original condition was, right? Yes, that's correct. There's also observable, is there not, from the video in Mrs. Menendez's bath and closet and Mr. Menendez's bath and closet, clothing and shoes on the floor? That's as we found them, yes. Also, in the master bedroom, you recall from your personal observations that there was a desk on the east side, sort of the southeast part of the bedroom? That's correct. And in the crime scene video, did you note that there appeared to be a large number of papers strewn in in the desk and strewn on the floor beneath the desk? That's correct. And was that the condition it was in when you first saw it? It is. And was it your understanding that that's the condition it was in when your officers first got there? Yes, it is. Now, did you initially have the impression that there might have been a burglary of this home because of the unkempt condition of the rooms? A, looked like a ransacking to me, so it was a possibility. So they did consider that it was a robbery gone wrong, perhaps. But after you determined there was no forced entry, did you rule out burglary? And after I learned that that's the condition the house normally was in, yes. So did you learn that the house was, at least on the weekend, when the housekeeper wasn't there, the house was in that kind of condition? Like, gross. Yes. You did understand there was a housekeeper who worked 5 days a week? I mean, to have a housekeeper 5 days a week that just goes to show how much they didn't respect other people because they would just throw their stuff everywhere and expect someone else to pick it up for them. Um, and I'm not saying like the brothers necessarily, I'm saying the parents. The parents acted that way and probably raised the brothers to be the same. Like, we'll just leave it for the maid, you know? So I don't know, but that sounds like a crappy way to be for me. But anyways, so you did understand there was a housekeeper who worked there 5 days a week? Yes. You did understand she was not on that weekend? That's correct. And when she wasn't there, the house got very messy? Yes. As far as you understood, the existence of cardboard boxes in the master bedroom area was normal? That's correct. For what length of time did you actually observe the guns in Mrs. Menendez's closet? Not long at all. I didn't study them. I just went in, observed that they were there, and checked them, and went somewhere else. Did you go up to that area and enter her closet specifically to look at the guns? I don't believe so, no. Were you simply taking a tour of the whole second floor of the house at that time? An inspection? Yes. Was it brief a time, in fact, that you observed the guns that you later were confused about whether they were in her closet or his closet? Yes. And you briefly testified at the previous trial at first that you thought they were in his closet. That's correct. And then you looked at the crime scene video to make sure you were correct? Yes. And when you saw it was her closet that had the mirror doors, you recollected that the guns were behind the mirrored door. That's correct. So you corrected your own testimony, did you not? That's correct. Did you have any recollection? This is Exhibit 270 from the first trial, Your Honor. What is the next item in order? I'd like to mark previously marked exhibit. Mr. Levin says 61. Ms. Abramson continues, I'm holding what was marked as the first trial as Exhibit 270. I'd like to mark that now as 61. The court says 61, is that a photograph? Ms. Abramson says no, it's a receipt from Best Products. Court says all right. Abramson continues, showing you this receipt, which is marked Exhibit 61. Have you seen this before in the course of the case? Only during trial. And does that appear to be a receipt for the purchase of a 22? Mr. Khan objects, says it calls for hearsay, and the court sustains it. He often rules this way. All right, so Ms. Abramson says, well, it's only foundational. It's not offered for the truth. The court says, objection sustained, because he's not budging and he wants these brothers convicted, in my humble opinion. All right, so Ms. Abramson continues, do you recall what the brand name of either of the 22 caliber rifles that you saw in the closet was? No. Do you recall Erik Menendez telling you during his testimony at the police department that his mother had purchased a 22 within the year before she lost her life? Yes. Does that purchase receipt bear a signature of Mary Louise Menendez? Mr. Khan objects. He says, beyond no foundation for the witness to testify to a signature analysis. The court says, sustained as to the form of the question. You may rephrase it. Ms. Abramson says, do the words Mary Louise Menendez appear on that? M.L. Menendez, yes. And does the receipt indicate anything like ammunition? Mr. Khan objects, calls for hearsay, overruled. Okay. We got something in our favor. He says you can answer. Ms. Abramson says, thank you, Your Honor. The witness says, it appears so, yes. So, she did buy ammo. The court says, you never saw the document other than in court. Is that correct? The witness says, that's correct. Ms. Abramson says, thank you, Your Honor. Now, in your tour through the location, did you come upon one bedroom that appeared to be very messy, other than the master bedroom? Yeah, in addition to the master bedroom. Yes. And was that a bedroom that was identified to you either by paperwork or photographs in the bedroom as belonging to Erik Menendez? That's correct. Now, calling your attention to the second floor diagram, could you step down and show the members of the jury which bedroom on the diagram was the one that you understood belonged to Erik Menendez? Bedroom number 4. So you're pointing to a bedroom that there's 3 blue lines down the right side. If they're reading the north at the top, the east side, the east wall of that bedroom, that's correct. Do you recall that there were windows in those locations? Yes, I do. And if one were inside that bedroom and was looking out any of the 3 windows that are shown on that wall, what would one be looking out onto? To the east, being the small yard area, the pool, a portion of the tennis court, I would assume a guest house. And the guest house was a 2-story structure, was it not? That's correct. And was the bedroom and living room portion of the guest house on the second floor? That's correct. And was the downstairs just an entry in front of the garage part? Yes. So the real living area of the guest house was upstairs. That's correct. And Erik Menendez's bedroom then, as you had it described to you, one could look to the guest house from the bedroom windows. That's correct. Now, I want to, if I might, mark photographs that were previously marked, Your Honor. First, I have what was previously marked 277. I'd like to mark that as 62. Then I have 269, which I'd like to mark that as 63. Then I have a slightly larger photograph, previously marked 397, and I'd like to mark that 64. Your Honor, when I'm marking these with a new number, I am writing the word new next to it. Now, how do I do this? Mr. Levin says, what if I clip to here? First of all, let me show you what's been marked. Okay. Do you recognize that photograph? So she's saying she's showing him what she just marked as exhibit 62. And he says, yes, it's the number 4 bedroom or Eric's bedroom. Was that a photograph taken by the Beverly Hills Police Department? Yes. And does that photograph show the window that I'm pointing to now, the one that is at the southeast corner of that bedroom? Yes. Let me put that up. Now, the windows had some kind of covering like curtains or something over the glass. That's correct. Which would be moved, could it not, if you remember? I don't remember. How moved? Moved aside. Yes. And the window's obviously open. Yes. Now, showing you the next photograph marked 63, do you recognize that? Yes. Is that a photograph of Eric Menendez's bedroom taken by the Beverly Hills Police Department on August 21st, 1989? Yes. And was it in that messy condition when you first saw it? Yes, it was. Do you, to your understanding, Detective Zoller, how old was Eric Menendez as of August 21st, 1989? 18 years old, almost 19. You understand his birthday to be November? That's correct. Now, showing you what's been marked 64 is that of also a photograph taken by the Beverly Hills Police Department of Eric Menendez's bedroom as it appeared that night. Yes. Now, to the best of your knowledge, pursuant to the procedures of the Beverly Hills Police Department, could any of your officers have rendered the bedroom in this condition? No. Would they have carried items from other rooms into the house and placed them in the bedroom? No. Would they have removed any items from this bedroom without making a log and putting it in a property record? No, they would not. Let's talk about that for a minute. Uh-oh. Did she catch him on something? All right. Does the Beverly Hills Police Department, when the Beverly Hills Police examines a crime scene and determines that they have located something that may have evidentiary value, do they take that thing into custody? Yes. And we call that seizing something, right? Yes. When they seize an item or take an item and remove it from a crime scene, do they take pains to label it and to enter the fact that they have removed something from the crime scene on a property report of some kind? Yes. And was that procedure of labeling and including a report and a list followed for every item removed from 722 Elm Drive on August 21st, 1989? Yes. In fact, months later, did the Beverly Hills Police Department return to the location and take some paperwork from the master bedroom? Yes. And was a report generated showing that that paperwork was removed from the house? Yes, it was. So I take it anything that appears in these photographs that does not also appear on a property list as seized evidence was left behind? That's correct. Now, not meaning to connect the two concepts, but did you, on your inspection of the house, see any rooms that contained what appeared to be animal stool or feces? Yes. And was one of the locations where you saw that one of the upstairs bedrooms? Yes. And was that a bedroom that had basically a green colored decor, if you remember? I don't remember the decor, no. Your Honor, I have a photograph previously marked 13 that I'd like to have marked. Am I at 65? The court says 65. Thank you. I will object to the relevance of the photograph, says Mr. Khan. The court says that is a photograph of, and Ms. Abramson says, a bedroom in this house? Yes. Overruled. Thank you, Ms. Abramson says. And she continues on. Showing you what's been marked 65, Detective Zoller, is that a photograph taken by the Beverly Hills Police Department on August 21st, 1989 at 722 Elm Drive? It is. And do you recognize that as being one of the bedrooms? Yes. Do you know which one? No, it was bedroom number 5, I believe. Let me see if I can orient you. Number 2, he says. All right, bedroom number 2. All right, thank you. Bedroom number 2 had the one depicted in the photograph had doors that opened over Elm Drive. Is that correct? That's correct. So just to clarify, bedroom number 5 was a room that had gray flannel looking furniture. I don't recall the furniture. Okay, was that what appears to be bedroom number 2, which appeared to be a guest style bedroom? Yes. Was the same true of bedroom 3 that also faced Elm Drive? Did it appear to be a guest type bedroom? Yes. It didn't have anybody's personal belongings scattered out there? That's correct. Now, did any of your other officers at the scene report that they had located feces in the bedroom or the breakfast room? Sorry. Not that I recall. Was there an Officer Miller at the scene? Yes. Have you reviewed his report or spoken to him in the last 2 years? I have not retrieved, or I'm sorry, I have not reviewed his report, but I have spoken to him in the last 2 years. About this issue? No. He still works for the Beverly Hills Police Department? Yes, he does. You would have reason to speak to him anyway. Yes. How many officers are in the Beverly Hills Police Department? At, at present, approximately 128 sworn. And how many officers were at the scene, this scene, on August 21st, 1989, over the course of the 2 shifts? Approximately 25. And one of those 25, are all 25 still working for the Beverly Hills Police Department? No. Apart from Officer Angel, who I know left, did any others leave? One that I can think of, yes. And who was that? Officer Alan Carlin. With respect to Officer Angel, by the way, was it your understanding that he drove Eric and Lyle Menendez in a police car to the Beverly Hills Police Station on the morning of August 21st, 1989? Yes. And it's your understanding that that's how they got to the police station to have their conversation with Sergeant Edmonds, your boss? Yes. Do you remember ever seeing Mark Heffernan, Eric and Lyle Menendez's tennis coach, at the premises on August 21st, 1989? I don't believe I did, no. Were you told that he had been there by one of the officers? I don't recall at this point. Do you have any conversation leading you to conclude that he had been at the police station? Yes. Was he interviewed? Yes, he was. Was a report generated? Yes. Is that how you knew he was there? Yes. There were television cameras at the location in the early morning hours of August 21st, 1989, were there not? Yes, there were. Have you, in the last, how long has it been? 5 years since you reviewed any of the footage that was broadcast of those television cameras from that morning? No. Do you recall seeing any footage that depicted Eric and Lyle Menendez arriving at the scene in the company of Mr. Heffernan? No. Ms. Abramson says, sorry. Now, I want to turn to the crime scene itself, the den. We can take this down, Mr. Levine, or Levin, and she says, thank you. I'm going to write 24 on post-it notes so we know that's where we're talking about and put it in the front. Now, you have testified, Detective Zoller, that members of what you call the Beverly Hills Police Department Identification Bureau, is that correct? That's correct. Were the persons who actually located and collected the evidence from the scene correct? Correct. All right. Actually, I think that, in combination with the investigators, we all located it, he says. So he wants to take credit too. Okay, that's what I was getting at. When you got there, did you log in or do you have a specific recollection of the exact time when you arrived at 722 North Elm? No. Can you give us shortly after 1? When you got there at 1, was some time spent just getting oriented to what was going on or what had been found, or did you immediately go into the den, the crime scene itself, and start looking around for evidence? The first thing I did is contact the officers at the scene that were virtually witnesses. How are they witnesses? And find out what they saw, what they observed. And did you receive information without saying what it is concerning their observations of Eric and Lyle Menendez that morning? Yes. And then they give you sort of a rundown on what they saw or what they had seen in the house. Yes. To your knowledge, based on what they gave you, had officers of the Beverly Hills Police Department done like an inspection, walked throughout the whole house? That's correct. Initially looking for suspects, perhaps? Yes. And other potential victims? Yes. So they went in to every room and did some kind of cursory search, if you will, or look-see. Yes. And they were reporting to you, here's what we've got there, up there's this, that, or nothing. That's correct. And after they did that, did you do a personal inspection on every room of the house, or did you first focus your attention on the crime scene? I first focused on the crime scene. Were the Identification Bureau employees of the Beverly Hills Police Department there at that point? No. Did you call them? They were called. I did not personally call them. Did a patrol officer at your direction call them? No. Who did? I don't know precisely, but normally the detectives are called. The identification is called at the same time from the watch commander. So it's your understanding that they were called when you were called, but you got there first? That's correct. How long after you got there did they get there? I don't recall. Within a half an hour, I guess. Who precisely arrived? Kurt Kuhn, who's the head of the unit, Jim Wagenbrenner, and Clark Fogg. And do they have different duties or do they all do the same thing? They all do the same things. Did Mr. Kuhn take the photographs that we've been looking at and will be continuing to refer to, or did all three of them do that? All three. With the different cameras or all the same camera? Three different cameras. And I take it one or another, or all three of them, were responsible for picking up the items of evidence that you've gone through. I think that's Exhibit 48, I believe, those pellets and wads and spacers, which we'll be looking at again soon. But did these three gentlemen pick those up? Yes. All three? Yes. I know Clark Fogg logged them in the, I know that Clark Fogg logged them in so that he might have been the one to retrieve each item. When you say log in, did he do a listing of each item as it was recovered? Was each item packaged in some way as it was removed from its place at the scene? I don't know if it was in the form that we see it in court, but it was packaged at the time, yes. They didn't just throw them all in a shoebox and figure out which one is which later. That's correct. They took each item, put it in something that could be written on so they could indicate what it was and where it was found. That's correct. Eventually, there was a list generated and had all those numbers that are on 24 right now, which showed where in the room by measurement each item had been located. That's correct. We're sorry, were, I swear to God, I saw an apostrophe, were all three of these gentlemen experienced in crime scene investigation? Yes. Did you have to tell them, for example, pick up all ballistics evidence, or is that something that they would automatically do? It's something they would automatically do. Did you or your partner, Detective Linehan, in your presence, though, in fact, tell them to get all the ballistics evidence? I don't believe so, no. But did you see them doing just that? Pick up the ballistics evidence? Yes. Now, you referred earlier to the fact that they alone, the three of them, were not the only persons in the room are looking for or locating evidence. That's correct. And who else was in the room looking for or locating evidence? my partner, Detective Linehan, and myself. Oh, good, we just find that out now. Now, there appears to be two series of photographs of the crime scene. One series before the numbers are put down next to each item of evidence, and another series after the numbers are put down. That's in reference to the evidence, that's correct. And then there's even a third group of photographs after Mr. and Mrs. Menendez's bodies have been removed. That's correct. And there are actually three times when photographs were taken. Yes. And is it the procedure when you first come upon a crime scene like this to first just look and see what you can see by way of evidence or location of evidence? Yes. And in that looking, is there some caution exercised not to step on or kick or smear or obliterate any potentially useful evidence? That's correct. And you could describe and could you describe for us how that first look procedure was followed in the crime scene? Just tell us what happened, how you went about it. When I arrived, there was nobody else inside the house, and as we spoke to individuals, and I believe it was Sergeant West, and he walked us into the crime scene and he pointed out anything that he observed that we should be alerted to. Did he point it out from a distance? Yes. Okay, go on. From outside the den itself. From outside the den doors? Yes. All right. From there, my partner and I, just observed what we can, and then if we take a closer look, which we did before the Identification Bureau got there, we would be careful not to disturb any evidence that we could see. And I take it you didn't enter that room. You didn't actually walk any distance into that room in the dark. You made sure the lights were on in the den. Or flashlights, that's correct. You carry high-powered flashlights? Yes. And do you remember whether you entered the room and inspected the room only with flashlight light, or did you flashlight light, or did you have the room lights turned on? I don't recall. But eventually, before anything was photographed or picked up, the lights were on? Yes. And did you notice any of the items of evidence through your own inspection that are marked on Exhibit 24? I believe the majority of them, yes. And any that you did not notice initially yourself, they pointed out to you by either your partner or the identification unit personnel before they were photographed? Or about the time they were photographed, yes. So, as the investigating officer, they have to report to you, look, we find this, and look, we found that, and show it to you before it's actually taken away? Yes. Interesting. Because isn't it the usual practice that it's the investigating officer who sits on the witness stand and testifies to where things were found and located? That's correct. So, you have to have a visual image of it yourself. Yes, it's not enough for you to just rely on photographs. That's correct. Photographs don't give you the same sense of actually being in the room and the scale of objects that actually being there does. He says yes. And do you still have a sense what that scene looked like that night and how these objects appeared to your naked eye when they were pointing it out to you? For the most part, yes. Okay. Now, is there a particular procedure that Beverly Hills PD Identification Bureau follows concerning the initial packaging of items? Yes. Without getting into details of it, is there a policy written for your ID bureau that all employees at that bureau of your department are supposed to follow? Yes. And do some of those policies involve not tampering with evidence? Yes. And do some of them involve, I've got to use the word, not contaminating evidence? Yes. And do those policies involve not interfering material from piece, not in, no, not transferring. Why am I seeing words that aren't there? This is really frustrating me. I'm sorry, it's probably frustrating you. And do those policies involve not transferring material from one piece of evidence to another piece of evidence? That's correct. And not changing the appearance of a piece of evidence, correct? And not picking evidence up with either words are hard. And not picking evidence up with other evidence that might come from a different location. That's correct. And to do that, do your technicians from the ID Bureau wear gloves of some kind? Yes. Do they go so far as to wear protective clothing or do they just wear their own clothing? Generally, just their own clothes. They wear the gloves so they don't transfer things from their hands to the evidence or from the evidence to their hands. Depends on the evidence, yes. Is there concern about any evidence that might have human fluid on it, such as blood, that there are diseases that can be carried in blood? Yes. And you want to, such as hepatitis, most traditionally? Yes. And so your technicians aren't supposed to be handling any evidence that looks like blood on it with their bare hands? That's correct. And you don't either. That's also correct. In addition to using gloves, are they supposed to remove the items by using tweezers or things with to grasp them with? They can, yes. Do you know if they did on this occasion? I don't know. And are they supposed to, when they do, well, first, they're supposed to photograph before they move. That's correct. And to the best of your knowledge, was every item of evidence that's been identified on 24 photographed in situ, I don't know what that is, where it was originally found? Yes. And then after it was photographed, it was removed from that location. That's correct. And was each item placed in a separate container of some kind? Yes. Now, do you recall whether they were using little manila envelopes or plastic? Generally, manila envelopes. So it would be dropped directly into a manila envelope. Yes. And ultimately was normally like don't you offices nowadays have like certain um pre-printed envelopes that have like or stamps that you can stamp the envelope and it gives you like a form to fill out so like ID or like where it was found you can fill it out um on the outside of the envelope, not just a plain old manila envelope, but that's what they have. So ultimately, describe that. What was done with those manila envelopes after they left that room, the den? They were placed in an envelope in our property room at Beverly Hills Police Department. And they were placed in cold storage? Is any of it placed in cold storage? No. So the blood isn't, if they have blood samples and things, they don't put that in somewhere to preserve it, I guess. All right, so now there is an item of evidence that was taken that I don't believe was marked yet for the trial. Let me look it up. Was the pair of white tennis shoes that Mrs. Menendez was wearing that night eventually given to the police department as a piece of evidence? Yes. And do you recall what evidence number, or if you need something to look it up, what evidence number was given to those tennis shoes, Beverly Hills number? No, I do not. It was obtained in a bag in of all of Mrs. Menendez's clothing in October of 1989. That's when we retrieved them from the coroner's office. Was it your understanding that let me take this step by step. The coroner's office and employees of the coroner's office are the only people who are allowed to touch the bodies or do anything with them. That's correct? And after Mr. and Mrs. Menendez's bodies were removed, well, strike that, were Mr. and Mrs. Menendez's bodies removed from the house by the coroner's people? Yes, they were. And they were taken where? To the coroner's office. And where is that located, just generally? On mission in Los Angeles by County Hospital. Sort of the back of County Hospital? Yes. And that's where the morgue is. Correct. And at some point thereafter, did you and Detective Linehan attend an autopsy? Yes. And to the best, I think this is so wrong. I don't think cops should be able to attend autopsies and I don't think medical examiners should be part of the county that's being employed also, or that's also employing law enforcement, because it doesn't make sense when you have a potentially a ME, a medical examiner, being heavily influenced by law enforcement. And when you have law enforcement present at the autopsies, it's going to definitely have an effect on how they look at a case, especially if they are talking about the case and say, like, well, we found him in, this and that condition and whatever. Like, they could give away things that might cause a bias that otherwise the medical examiner might not have had if she didn't have them in the room, I think, personally. I don't know why I made the officers men and the medical examiner a woman, but in my scenario it worked, so whatever. All right, so moving on. And to the best of your knowledge, was the clothing that is removed from the bodies when the coroner's office receives them, correct? That's correct. And then the bodies are washed, correct? And that's before the autopsy? That's correct. That's so the coroner can visualize wounds or marks on the body. Yes. And what was done with the clothes, to the best of your knowledge, or of Mr. and Mrs. Menendez at the time of the autopsy? What was done with their clothes when you were there? I don't recall where Mr. Menendez's clothing was. It was most likely in the property room. Ms. Menendez's clothing was hanging in a drying room. And were the clothes there as well? I don't recall whether I saw the shoe. Oh, sorry, were the shoes there as well? I don't recall whether I saw the shoes, but yes, they were. They were at the coroner's office. Eventually, though, were the shoes taken from the coroner's office to the Beverly Hills Police Department? Yes. And that occurred in November? That's correct. To the best of your knowledge, the coroner stored them in some fashion in between August and November? That's correct. Do you know if they stored them in cold storage or not? I believe they did not. After the Beverly Hills Police Department took custody of the shoes, were they sent to the crimes laboratory for any kind of workup? Yes. And that's, again, the sheriff's crime laboratory? Yes. The county crime laboratory. That's correct. Did you determine that the shoes should be sent there for serological examination, blood examination? Yes. Were you present for this exam? No, I was not. To the best of your knowledge, based on official paperwork in the sheriff's department, was there a blood examination of some sort done? Objection calls for hearsay, says Mr. Khan. Mr. Abramson says, I'm not asking for the result, Your Honor. Court says, well, still, it would be hearsay. Sustained. Whatever. Well, it is required if you send a piece of property to the sheriff's department that they generate a report indicating what they did with that property. Yes. And did you get such a report from the sheriff's department? Yes. Who was the person who signed the report? Objection calls for hearsay. Overruled. You can answer the question. The witness says Catalani. Catalani? Yes. Is it your understanding Mr. Catalani is a criminalist with the sheriff's department? Yes. Is it your understanding he's in the serology unit? Was in it. Do you know where he is now? Last I heard, he was in firearms. The firearms division of the sheriff's crime lab? That's correct. Was to the best of your strike that. Concerning the taking of the photographs, do you have any input with your ID technicians concerning what they should focus on in taking photographs, anything in particular that you want them to shoot? Yes. And in that particular case, did you draw their attention to or make sure that they got close up photographs of Mrs. Menendez's shoes? Yes. And was there a reason why you did that? Just to document the condition of them? And was there something that appeared on those shoes that you wanted to make sure was captured in the photography? Yes. And what was that? The blood on the sole of one of the shoes. And in the diagram 24, there's a drawing, an artist's drawing of what is supposed to represent uh, Ms. Menendez, correct? Correct. And in that drawing, the left leg appears to be bent. Yes. And the right leg is hard to see in the drawing. Where was the right leg when you first saw, or at least the knee to the foot portion of the right leg when you first saw it? It was on the shelf of the coffee table. The coffee table has what's known as a stringer, or a shelf that goes from one end to the other, some inches below the top. Correct. So, like you've got your tabletop here, the floor is here, and there's like a shelf, like real low down, close to the floor. I used to have a tabletop or a coffee table like that. Um, and some inches off the floor as well. Correct. And on that shelf was there what appears to be books and newspapers and other material like that? Yes. And at the time that you saw the bodies of Ms. Menendez, was her right foot almost protruding through that shelf? Yes. Was it then that you noticed that there appeared to be some red material that looked like blood stains on the sole of her shoes? Yes. And did you also observe any stains or spots that appear to be blood on the top of either of her shoes? Yes. After the sheriff's crime lab had possession of those shoes, were they returned to the Beverly Hills Police Department, if you recall? I don't recall. Were you eventually, however, brought to court? Yes. For the previous trial? Yes. Did you bring them? I don't believe so, but I may have. Ms. Amerson says, Your Honor, I am holding a brown paper bag that has an evidence tag on it of Exhibit 14 from the previous trial. There is a document that I don't believe was separately marked, but I would like to mark the entire bag and contents now with a number and then separately mark the inner portion. Court says, well, the bag and its contents, which was Exhibit 14 in the previous proceeding, will be Exhibit 16. Ms. Aronson says, and Your Honor, I'd like to mark this card, if I can, shall be 66A. Court says the card within it will be 66A. Thank you, Your Honor. There's also a yellow envelope with, it's open now, a manila envelope has red evidence tape around it. May I mark that as 66B, Your Honor? Does that contain the shoe? Ms. Amerson says it does, Your Honor. Contain two shoes, two white tennis shoes. 66B. Thank you. Approaching the witness. Detective Zoller, I don't know if the bag, it has some writing on it. Does that writing have any significance for you? No. It's not your writing? That's correct. Let me show you what was inside the bag. First of all, this 3 by 5 piece of paper that's marked 66A. Do you recognize what that is? Yes, I do. Is that a standard form of the LA County Sheriff's Crime Lab? Yes. And is that what you call it, County of Los Angeles Sheriff's Department Scientific Services Bureau? Is that a receipt for evidence that they've received from your department? Yes. Is this case is in this case, is that a receipt showing that they received a pair of white tennis shoes? Yes. And showing they received it for the purpose of checking for blood? That's correct. Now let me show you 66B. Does that look familiar to you? Yes. Does that bag itself appear to be something that came from the Beverly Hills Police Department? Yes. And does it also bear on it a signature, at least the words of Mr. Catalani? Yes, it does. And a date below it? The name is too much like Jordan Catalano from My So-Called Life. Anybody? I'm aging myself. I'm a 90s girl. Grew up in the 90s. My So-Called Life with Claire Danes and Jared. What is his name now? Jared. Nope. I can't think of his name. Oh my gosh. He was the Joker in something. He plays really weird, obscure. Oh my God, this is gonna bother me. I gotta look it up. Hold on. Jared Leto. That's who it was. He played Jordan Catalano, who she was in love with, and he was like an older guy in her high school. She just came into high school as a freshman, didn't know anybody, and like falls for this guy, even though she like doesn't know him at all. But anyways, it just reminds me of that name, Catalani. All right, so yes, it does. And a date below it, that's correct. Is it standard procedure when evidence is handled by the police agency or by the sheriff's crime lab that the person who handles it writes on the bag and dates it to indicate when it was opened? If it's a sealed bag, yes. And notations are made on these containers for evidence. They're supposed to be made whenever anybody opens it or examines the contents. As a general rule. That's not necessarily true, no. Aren't you supposed to mark it if you open? Okay, whatever, copper. If we look at 48, there's interior envelope inside 48, which is holding all the ballistics evidence. That's correct. There are numerous initials and dates on that to indicate that various people open and examine the contents? Yes. Concerning the bag, 66B, would you remove the contents? Now, the shoe that was protruding through the table was the right shoe. Is that correct? That's correct. And you're handling this now. It's been 6 years, has it not? Yes. Is it your understanding if there was any germs, they're dead now, by now? I would hope so. Me too, she says. So there appears to be on the sole of the shoes a red arrow. Do you know what that is? No. Okay, it's pointing in a direction. That's correct. And this is what you observed and you saw. There appears to be any discoloration on the bottom of the shoe at this time? A little bit, yes. Reddish brownish? Yes. Is that the areas in which you believed you observed bloodstains on the morning of August 21st, 1989? Yes, although I thought it was a little bit more than that. Okay, now let's look at what appears to be the left shoe, okay? Does that appear to be brown staining and dark staining on the top of that shoe? Yes. And there's a hole, I believe, in this shoe. Do you know if that shoe was there at the time or made later in analysis? The hole. Do you know if the hole was there at the time or later made in analysis? I don't know. Okay, you're not a serology expert, correct? That's correct. Usually, investigators, detectives are not. Well, strike that. There are detectives in the forensic divisions of large police departments, are there not? There are some detectives who are firearms experts. Yes. And some detectives who are blood experts. Although I don't think they're considered detectives, but yes. But most detectives are basically investigating officers as compared to patrol officers. That's correct. And that's the kind of a detective you are. You investigate crimes, you try to solve them. Yes. But you're not an expert in the physical side. For that, you rely on other people. That's correct. And that's true of almost all of the detectives you know. Yes. Now, you have testified about several photographs of the crime scene that Mr. Khan called your attention to. And in a number of those photographs, I believe you've indicated that they demonstrate. Okay, we'll start with these. Let's just use as an example Exhibit 20. I show you once again Exhibit 20, and would you describe for the jury what that is? Exhibit 20 is the inside view of the west portion of the double French doors showing blood spatter, broken louvers, and broken windows behind the louvers, plus pellet marks on three of the louvers, it appears. Now, were there not two holes in the French doors? That's correct. There was one hole in the west door, which from the inside is the one on the right. That's correct. And one hole in the east door, which from the inside is the one on the left. That's correct. And is it your recollection, Detective Zoller, that both of those doors, and I've just put up the one that you've identified as being the west door, that in the area around the holes in both of those doors were there was blood spatters? Yes. And pellet holes? Yes. Were any of the blood spatters from either of those doors listed from the scene? No. Were any No, strike that. There were also blood spatter in various places along the whole wall behind the southern section of the sectional sofa. That's correct. All right, and just to clarify, the southern section of the sectional sofa is that sort of three cushion part where Mr. Menendez's body was located. That's correct. So there's sort of a diagonal section where item number 7, the piece of cloth, was located. That's correct. There's the two seat portion that could be best described as the eastern section of the sectional sofa. Yes, that's correct. And the southern wall of the room is the one that has the two French doors. Yes. It also has the two sets of French windows. Yes, it does. And the French doors are approximately the same height at least as the French doors. That's correct. They're like floor to ceiling. Yes. Well, not floor to ceiling, but full length French windows. Yes. And they have these wooden blinds on them. That's correct. And were there blood spatter observable on the walls that separated the windows first of all from each other? Yes. The walls that separated the windows from the French doors? That's correct. Were there spatters on the blinds that covered the windows in addition to the blinds that covered the doors? Yes. And none of those blood drops or spatter was ever collected to determine whose blood it was? Is that correct? Not to my knowledge, that's correct. And there was also bits of tissue, what appeared to be human tissue. Yes. At various places at the scene? Yes. And to the best of your knowledge, we'll strike that. Do you know what was collected there, right? Because it was all looked at by Beverly Hills PD. Yes. So, to the best of your knowledge, based on that, none of the tissue was ever collected either. That's correct. Now, you have testified, and to the best of your knowledge, the technology exists to find out whose tissue it was. Yes. And it certainly exists to find out whose blood spatter was in various places. That's correct. Now, obviously, at the time, based on your own experience in your eyes, you assumed that the blood belonged to one or both, or either of the defendants. That's correct. But you cannot tell by the naked eye whether the blood in any particular place had come from Mrs. Menendez versus Mr. Menendez. That's correct. And there such people in the forensic law enforcement field who are known as blood spatter experts? Yes. And what basically are blood spatter experts used for? Why do law enforcement agencies refer to or use or utilize blood spatter experts? Objection, lack of foundation. Sustained. Has the Beverly Hills Police Department ever utilized the services of a criminalist who has experience in blood spatter? Not to my knowledge. Is Ron Linehart such an expert? Objection calls for hearsay. Sustained. Are you familiar with Ron Linehart's? Isn't it Linehart? No, they're spelling it Linhart. Um, isn't Ron from the sheriff's department? Yes. And was he asked, in fact, in this case, to do an analysis of the crime scene? Mr. Khan objects, says it calls for hearsay. Sorry. The court says overruled. You can answer the question. Witness says yes, from photos. Ms. Abramson says from photos. That's correct. Was it your understanding that blood spatter analysts can work from photos? Mr. Khan objects, calls for hearsay, lack of foundation. The court sustains it. Ms. Abramson continues. Well, as part of your training as a detective who investigates homicides, do you have to familiarize yourself with the kinds of forensic services that are potentially available to you? The court says, all right, this would be beyond his expertise to go into that what some other person would do or not do. Ms. Abramson says, okay, Your Honor, thank you. Now, you've shared with us, Detective Zoller, that you do not consider yourself a ballistics expert. I take it, then, that in describing the ballistics evidence that was collected by the Beverly Hills Police Department at the scene, you were just giving your civilian or layman's impressions of what these various items were. Yes. All right. Just generally speaking for a moment, were there two different sized shot shells, pellets, recovered from the scene, if you understand this question? No, I do. I believe only the one size was recovered from the scene. Okay. And you believe the one size, will strike that and move ahead. When you moved to the autopsy, did you observe with respect to the autopsy of Mr. Menendez that there were pellets of a smaller size that had apparently caused injuries to her? Yes. And what would you call the size pellet? Birdshot. Birdshot? Correct. And does birdshot mean to you the kind of small pellets you would use to shoot game or birds? Birds, correct. Okay, like doves, right. Isn't there something even called dove load? Yes. Objection, irrelevant. Overruled. Are you familiar with dove load ammunition? Have you ever seen it? Objection, irrelevant. Overruled. Yes. In fact, Your Honor, I'm holding a plastic envelope that contains inside it what appears to be an open shot shell of number 8 size shotgun ammunition, previously marked 47, Your Honor. Court says, all right, it will be marked as 67. Thank you, Your Honor. Let me mark it with a post-it note because I don't want to write on the previous label and there's no other way to write on this. Showing you what's been marked 67. Well, first of all, is that the type of object that with which you are familiar? Yes. What is it? It's a 12 gauge shotgun shell opened. It's been opened? Yes. And do you see black balls? Yes. And what are those? Shot or BB shot? The actual bird shot? Yes. And can you determine what the brand of this particular ammunition is? Fiachi? And Fiachi is what you understand was the type of ammunition used in this shooting. Objection calls for hearsay. Sustained. Well, the court says, let's get beyond this point. You objected to his expertise as far as firearms analysis. No, I didn't. The court says, yes, you did. So let's not get into the specifics of it. There are some other witnesses who will be testifying about that. Ms. Abramson says, well, Your Honor, he was permitted to testify to finding certain things, and I want to clarify what it is he found, and that's why I'm calling to his attention. Court says, let's not get into the specifics of knowledge of firearms, just what he found. Okay, but other witnesses will be doing this. Otherwise, we'll be duplicating what somebody else will be doing. All right. All right, Judge. I want to call your attention to the little plastic thing. There's an orange plastic thing, which is the shot shell itself, correct? Correct. And then there's the plastic thing that you would call the white or clear thing that I'm holding up. Objection, lack of foundation. Lack of foundation. Court says, have you described these things in your testimony so far? The witness says, yes. Okay, you may answer the question. Witness says, my understanding of, and Abramson says, just what do you call it? It doesn't matter how it works. What do you call that thing? Okay, it has a spacer in it and then the shot cup. But question, but it's all one piece, correct? Like I'm confused what he's explaining. That's correct. It's connected? That's correct. The court says, so when you referred to a spacer in your testimony, that what would be the object you're referring to? The witness says the bottom portion of it. That's correct. Okay, the bottom portion of that clear plastic object. That's correct. Ms. Aronson says, did you refer to that type of object? The thing that is one solid piece with like a little cup-shaped top as a wad during your testimony? Yes. How many of these types of things, this specific type, one solid piece that has a circular base and a little cup on it, were located at the scene in the den at 722 Elm? Court says, for the record, that's what you meant by a wad or wadding. Is your testimony earlier is the entire subject or the entire object? The witness says, no, no, the entire object. I saw different pieces, which were the bottom portion, and I referred to as the wad. And the different ammunition, these two are separated. It's not all one piece. Okay, we'll get to that. But I just want to get to how many of these have you ever heard this referred to as shot column? No. Um, all right. How many of these things have you, or, sorry, hold on. How many of these things that have the little cup on the top and the little circular bottom did you observe in the crime scene here? That one piece construction. I don't think I saw any like that in the crime scene. What about 11? I'd have to look at 11. Now, in addition to that thing, this is confusing without actually seeing what they're talking about. In addition to that thing, did you also see and in your testimony call wads little round plastic discs? Yes. And did you in fact observe a number of those little round plastic discs? Yes. And you called those wads or spacers also? That's correct. And did you also observe circular cardboard things? Yes. That you also called wads or spacers. Yes. So he does not know about guns because he's calling everything the same thing. The court says, just for the record, this exhibit 67 that's been shown to you appears to be a shotgun shell that has been disassembled for the purpose of showing an example of what the interior of a shotgun shell appears to be. Is that correct? Witness says that's correct. The court says it was not something found at the crime scene. That's correct. Anderson says, thank you, Your Honor. That's true. Were you present in court at the first trial when Deputy Van Horn took this apart? Yes. Your Honor, I'm going to go through the items of evidence. I don't know when the court wants to. The court says, let's take a recess. We'll resume at 5 minutes to the hour. 15-minute recess. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't form final opinions. And then court is back in session. The court says, anything before the jury comes out. Mr. Khan says, yes, Your Honor, I have a witness here in court, Mr. Eslamania. We would ask that he be ordered back at this time for the day that he is to testify, and we are to conduct hearings in regard to the admission of his testimony. The court says, what day is that? Thursday. We object, Your Honor, says Miss Abramson, to that happening that day. I understand that we did get Detective Zoller's notes. They're 14 pages long. Miss Towery says, no, no, there. Miss Abramson says, I'm sorry, I take that back. Never mind. But we would object to Thursday because we don't want to interrupt this stage of the case to do the kinds of hearings that are going to be necessary for Mr. Eslamania. As I told the court early on, when when he first got discovery, there was a very strong likelihood, depending on what he said, that it would be forced to be that I would be forced to be a witness, and based on the notes that we had from Detective Zoller, that seems to be more than a mere likelihood. So I think we need a hearing. The court says at this point we'll order him back for Thursday. If there's a need for some other date that will be necessary, we'll deal with it then. Where is he? Mr. Eslamania, says Mr. Khan, would you stand, please? The court says, your name, and he says, Amir Eslamania. The court says, you're ordered to return to this court on Thursday, the 19th of October at 8:30 in the morning. Understand? I do, Your Honor, and I don't mind returning as many times as I have to, but I'm very busy and I'd like to just come in one time. The court says, all right, well, if we could do that, we would. If we can't, you have to come back. Right now, you're coming back on Thursday at 8:30. Mr. Eslamania says, is there any way that the court could inform me by phone call when the time would be? The court says, if there's a possibility of adjusting the time frame and you wish to cooperate with that, then we'll do that. But right now, you're ordered to return Thursday at 8:30. Mr. Eslamania says, very good, thank you, Your Honor. Court says, all right, any other matters before the jury comes out? Ms. Towery says, I just wanted to indicate to the court that I just received a copy of Detective Zoller's notes regarding the conversation with Jamie Pisarcik this last week. I haven't had a chance to review them yet, but I would indicate that there are 14 pages of notes as opposed to the single page of typed, somewhat cryptic information that I read on the record on Friday, which we received from Ms. Nahara. The court says, all right. Ms. Abramson says, Your Honor, I'd also ask that Mr. Eslamania be excluded from the courtroom at this time. The court says, yes, and he left. Court says, okay, let's get the jury out, please. And the jury comes in. The court says, all right, the jury's out. Oh, no, they're not. Oh, yeah, they are out. The jury's out, like out from behind the closed door, I guess. I thought it meant like they're out of the room. Anyways, confusing, whatever, confusing language. All right, the jury's out. We'll resume with the testimony of Detective Zoller. Ms. Aronson says, we're moving the blackboard over, Your Honor, so we can put some photographs on it. Okay, I just want to go through a few of these photographs with you briefly. Again, all the photographs that you've been shown were photographs that were taken from the Beverly Hills Police Department on August 21st. That's correct. Showing you this photograph, which has been previously marked Exhibit 9, would that be 68 now, Your Honor? Court says 68. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph? Yes, I do. Would you describe for the jury what it is? The photographer is standing, it looks like another corner of the pool, between the pool and the fence of the Menendez house, looking in an easterly direction down the walkway, looking at the guest house. So the structure that's in the photograph is the two-story guest house as you've described it? That's correct. Thank you. I'll put this on the board. Last Friday, when you were testifying that you were talking about the fencing that runs across the front of the premises right at the property line, and then there was then a sidewalk and that there was then a parkway beyond it. That's correct. Showing you what's been marked for this trial as exhibit number 3, does this photograph depict the fencing that runs across the front of the property? Yes, it does. Does it show the sidewalk? Yes. Does it show the edge of the parkway? Yes, it does. Now, at um, you've described previously how at the base of the east French door, the one that is to the left if you're inside, to the right if you're outside, there were a number of items of evidence collected. Correct. And collectively, I believe those items were all marked 21. I believe so. And there were actually 3 different kinds of things that were part of 21. Yes. And do you recall what they were? If I recall correctly, it was a pellet, which I called a wadding, and a piece of white bracelet. Okay. And in this photograph, which is for this trial, Exhibit 21, can you see the area at the base of the East French door? Yes. And does that photograph show the entire strip of flooring that runs between the French doors and the couch? Yes. You testified, I believe, that there was, as appears in this photograph, room for a person to walk behind that area? That's correct. Did you ever measure that area? I personally did not, but it was measured. Now, was it measured that night or was it measured later on when individuals were conducting the survey? That night. Who did the measurement? The Identification Bureau, Kirk Kuhn, and Jim Wagenbrenner and Clark Fogg. Did they write up anything? Did they measure a variety of places in that room? Yes. Did they ever write anything up that showed these measurements? I know there's measurements that have been written up. Whether it shows that in particular, I'm not sure. Okay, I'll ask you during the break to locate whoever you think wrote up measurements, okay? Okay. Now, with respect to the location of property, every piece of property that was located was described in reference to 2 of the walls of the room. That's correct. And I believe it was the north wall was one of the locating walls. Correct. And I believe the west doors were the west wall. That's correct. But I do know that there was reference to the east wall also. All right. Let me just illustrate what we're talking about here for a second. Let me put this in front of for the moment. Can everybody see this? Okay, so just as a hypothetical, for example, with respect to item 1, which was the closest item to the doors themselves, and I believe you said that appeared to be hairs. That's correct. Item 1 was described as being a certain 1 foot something, I believe, from that west wall where the doors were correct. Where the door. My brain and been reading forever. Item 1 was described as being a certain 1 foot something, I believe, from the west wall where the doors were, correct? That's correct. And several feet in inches south of the north wall, which is this. That's correct. Now, in fact, I have a question about that, Detective Zoller. When that directional locating description is given of the north wall, which north wall are we talking about? Because the television is on like a wall that protrudes to the room, and the bar backs up on a wall farther back. So what do they mean by the north wall of those measurements? I'm not sure. I didn't make those measurements. Okay, so nobody can tell what like a frame of reference based on the diagram that they created there. Well, for example, why don't you just, for the moment, if you need to refresh your recollection, look up the distance of item number 1 from the north wall. It's 6 feet, 1 inch it's 6 feet 1 inch from the north wall of the family room. It would be my assumption that, yes, that it would be the north wall that is directly north of that particular item. Okay, and the north wall north of that item would actually be the wall that holds the doorway into the kitchen? That's correct. So your understanding of this is that number one is 6 feet 6 inches. Was it? 6'1". 6 feet 1 inch from the wall that holds the door going into the kitchen. That's correct. And how far from the west wall? 1 foot 9 inches. Okay, and all of these items are described in terms of being a certain distance from the north wall, correct? Let me check. For example, check 17 because that's on the east wall. Let's see how 17 is described. That's correct. All of them are from the west and the north walls. So 17 is described as far as how far from the west wall, for example. 17 is found 23 feet east of the west wall and 8 feet 7 inches south of the north wall. Okay, and the room was about 23, 24 feet long? Yes. About 17 feet wide? When I say long, I'm talking about the north and the south. The north's rather, the other approximately, yes. North wall or south wall would have been about 24 feet? Yes. If you walked into the room, you could walk 24 feet before you hit the bookcase? That's correct. To walk from where you say the front door is till you hit the back wall would be, do you know? Approximately 16 feet 6 inches. Okay, now also to illustrate your testimony here, I have, Your Honor, what was previously marked 15. Where's the post-its? Did I steal them? I'd like to renumber it. Court says 69. Mr. Levin says 70. The court says 69. Ms. Abramson says 69. Showing you this photograph, Detective Zoller, what does it depict? It depicts the foot of Mrs. Menendez protruding through the opening or between the shelf and the bottom of the top of the coffee table. Does it show the sole of that tennis shoe that you've previously looked at and the stains on it that drew your attention? Yes. And this way is up, correct? That's correct. Now, I want to show you a photograph that was previously marked 37, which I am marking here as new 70, and ask you to tell us what does that show. This is the exterior shot of the French doors on the south side of the den. And does it appear from the photograph that the hole in the west door, the one that appears on the left in that photograph, is higher than the holes that appear in the right door, which is the eastern door? That's correct. Now, you testified, Detective Zoller, that at some point you did examine the area outside those doors and noticed that there appeared to be uh, pellet marks on the tree. That's correct. Were there pellets embedded in the tree? Could you tell? I believe so, yes. Was any effort made to dig the pellets out of the tree? No. Did you conduct a count of how many pellets were there in the tree? I did not. Did did anybody, as far as you know? Not that I know of. Now, I want to show you a photograph. What if those pellets are still in that tree somewhere? Like that tree is 10 feet tall now and it's got pellets, 5 feet tall now. You know what I'm saying? Like it's weird. It's crazy to think about that the pellets could still be in the tree if it's still alive. Anyways, all right, so now I want to show you a photograph that sort of a more distance view from the one that we just put up, which was 70. That does appear to be a photograph that shows, in addition to the French doors that appears in 70, the two sets of French windows on either side. That's correct. Now, let me call your attention to a white object. Right below the French doors there are their two steps? Yes. And is there a white object sitting on the top step? Yes. Did you make or observe an object on August 21st, 1989. Are you referring to the I'm referring to the that you're going to tell us what it is. What is it? Like a water bowl for a dog. Okay, and do you notice on the photo the court says, has that photograph been marked? Miss Aronson says, yes, already been marked. I'm sorry, 17, Your Honor, in this trial. Do you notice on the mainly on the western door, the one with the lock and the handle, some area towards the bottom where the white paint appears to have been removed in some fashion? Yes. Did you determine whether that dark area on these photographs was caused in any way by bullets or shooting or anything like that? I determined it was not caused by bullets or shooting or anything like that. Did it appear to be a kind of scratch, marks, like a dog makes when they're trying to get into a room? Yes. And the dog bowl was about 2 feet away from the area of those marks, approximately. Now we're going back for a moment to the photograph that shows the doors and then shows the couch. Based on your personal observations, did it appear that the couch was close enough to those doors that if one were on the couch and one were an adult, one could reach over and pull down the handle and crack open the door? Objection, vague. Do you understand the question? Says the court. The witness says, I do, but I don't have an opinion with regard to that question. Court says, okay, that's your answer. Alrighty. Ms. Abramson says, do you have a dog? I do. Does your dog ever scratch to get into the house? Mostly barks, but yes. When they'd scratch, would your dog come to one particular door? Objection, irrelevant, sustained. Did you see any scratch marks on any other door at the house? I don't recall. Showing you what's been marked, Exhibit 20, does that appear to be a photograph taken from the inside of the western door? Yes. And does that photograph demonstrate what you've testified to, the fact that there were what appear to be blood spatters on the blinds? Yes. And now, only one of those doors, of these two French doors, contained a lock and a handle, an opening device. That's correct. And was that a lock that had a keyhole? I believe so. And therefore, it would lock in such a way that one could open it from the outside if it were locked with a key. Correct. And it had one of those sort of French style handles that you just pull down? Yes. On the inside of the door that had the handle, which is the west door? Correct. One of the outside, one from the outside on the left, from the inside of the right, there was a bolt at the base of the door that slid into the receptacle on the door or on the floor, like one of those things that like pulls up. I know what they're talking about. Where you have like a little, sometimes it's like on a spring or something where you lock the door into place. He says yes. And on the other door, the eastern door, was there a 2.5 foot long, 2.5 to 3 foot long brass sliding locking rod on the inside? Yes. And was that locking rod, if you noticed, in the locked position when you first observed those doors that morning? I believe it was. And do you know if the sliding locking part on the western door was also in the locked position when you observed it? I don't recall. And did you test your door to see if, in fact, it was locked? I did not. Whether the handle would move? I did not. Did you see anybody else doing that? Not to my recollection, no. Did you see anyone opening the doors or trying to open the doors? No. Did you ever see those doors in any open or particularly open condition while you were at the premises that day? Not that I can recall, no. Now, at some point, someone from the police department or with the police department opened one of the French doors for the living room. Yes. And there are photographs that show that door open. Correct. But to the best of your recollection, at no time did anyone open or try to open the French doors in the den. Not that I recall. With respect to the blinds that were on these doors, excuse me, I'm sorry, were there were these the kind of blinds where there were like cords where you could pull them up and down? Yes. In fact, you could see in the photograph 20 the cord. That's correct. So these weren't like a shutter fixed to the doors, they moved. That's correct. And were they the kind where if you open the door, they'd swing? I would assume so. And clatter, you'd assume that as well, wouldn't you? Yes. They're like 2.5, 3 inches long and made of wood. Yes. One other thing. In this photograph in 20, the slats appear to be in a, if not totally in a partially closed position. That's correct. And there's a rod, is there not, that one to open and close these, that one would turn the rod that hangs down on the side opposite the cord. That's correct. And you turn it and they open and you turn it and they close. Yes. And this was the condition to the best that you know that these blinds were in when your officers came home or came upon the scene. Yes. And in fact, looking at 17, the western doors, the one that we just saw in close up, that's correct. And you can see that the slats on the western door appear to be, if not all the way closed, partially closed. Yes. And the slats on the window appear to be more open than that. Yes. And the slats on the eastern door, sort of halfway between the windows and what's on the western door. Yes. Before you get into the evidence itself, Detective Zoller, was it your understanding that you found two different kinds of, or the evidence of different kinds of ammunition at the scene? Yes. And was one of those kinds what you saw a sample of here, birdshot? Yes. Was it your understanding that that kind of birdshot that has that, start over. What was it your understanding that that kind of birdshot has that shot column inside of it? Yes. As to the other kind of ammunition found at the scene, was it your understanding that that was larger and came under the general title of buckshot? Yes. And did you know whether or not those pellets, the larger pellets, were the largest size buckshot made or not? I believe there's a larger size. You've heard of the expression double aught buckshot? Yes, these were not that. That's correct. Was it your understanding that the biggest buckshot only holds about 8 pellets in it in a shell? For buckshot, yes. There's also a rifle slug that just has it's like a bullet, a giant bullet. That's correct. It just I'm just talking about the pellet type ammunition. Yes. Did you know or do you know what the actual size of the buckshot pellets that were found at the scene were? Objection calls for hearsay, no foundation. The court says, did you actually see it there? He says, I saw the buckshot there, yes. Court says, were you able to make a determination from your own knowledge as to their size? The witness says no. Ms. Amerson says smaller, however, than the biggest? Yes. And was it your understanding, based on your own knowledge, that the buckshot type round of which you saw some pellets is packed differently than the birdshot rounds? Yes. And was it your understanding that the buckshot type rounds did not have that one piece shot column inside? That's correct. Instead, it had just plastic discs and paper discs. Yes. No little cups? Correct. So the wadding and things inside are slightly different here. And you did find numerous separate little plastic discs without any cups attached, correct? Correct. And you also found numerous pieces of paper wadding? That's correct. Now, I'm holding the piece of envelope that here has been marked 48.5. I think that's supposed to be 48D. I believe it contains, does it not, the three parts of what was 21 on your chart, bracelet, wad, and pellet. This is actually 5A, 5A and B. I thought there were three pieces. No, okay, 5A and B were located on the couch, correct? That's correct. Right next to Mr. Menendez. That's correct. And it consists of a piece of the plastic bracelet. Yes. And a plastic little disc like wad. That's correct. Okay, Your Honor, what I would like to do is take that disc wad out so that the jury can see it. It's very hard to see inside this. Where is it? That's what I mean. It's here. Why don't you just leave it in there? Why don't I take it out the smaller envelope? He says, leave it. She says, can I put it on the rail of the jury box, Your Honor? The court says, pass the thing around. Let the bailiff do that. Okay. Ms. Emerson says, let me get a few a few others that illustrate the same thing, and we can do that then. Drawing your attention to what's been marked 48M, what was the original number of that, as it's marked on 1724, so it's 17, and that's the one you told us was some 23 feet from the entrance at the base of the bookcase. That's correct. Okay. This is behind the label. I'm holding what's been marked 48F. That's also one of these plastic disc watts. That's correct. What was the original number of that? Number 20. And 20 was located next to the green outdoor furniture cushions that were piled in the southeast corner of the room. Yes. And holding 48I is that also a plastic disc wad, plastic disc type wad. Yes. And what was that original number? Number 19. And 19 was found near a lamp. That's a lamp that curved over. Yes, was it not? Also in the southeast corner of the room? Correct. Now I'm going to show you what was marked 48C. Do you know what that original number was? Number 11. Okay. Now, number 11 was found up near a basket that held a plate, correct? That's correct. And that was in the northeast corner of the room near the doorway to the kitchen? That's correct. And number 11 was an item similar to the shotgun column cup that's now in Exhibit 67. That's correct. That's the one that was found at the scene. Yes. Now, you're familiar with the fact that a similar cup was found by the coroner's office? Yes, I am. And that only two of these things, these shot cups, were ever found. Yes. Ms. Abramson, first of all, what I'd like to, oh, sorry, Ms. Abramson. I don't know why all of a sudden they start saying her name instead of question. Throws me off because I'm used to skipping the cue, but yeah. Anyways, sorry. Ms. Abramson continues her questioning, saying, first of all, what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is hand these packages, all of which contain a plastic disc type wad, to Deputy Deering so that she may distribute them. The court says, why don't you just pass some in the front row and some in the back row? Ms. Abramson says, right. There's a pause in the proceedings. The court says, all right, the exhibits as referred to were shown to the jurors. Can I get counsel to move away from the jury so I can speak with them for a second, please? Davidson says, yes, Your Honor. The court says, occasionally during the course of the trial, we'll have things passed to you so you can get a closer look at them. It's the decision of the lawyers which items they want you to look at during the trial. However, what items are important or not important are for you to decide at the end of the case, because you'll have all the exhibits in the jury room and you can spend as much time with whichever exhibit that you think are important. Look at them as much as you want. All right, you may proceed. Ms. Aronson says, thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective Zoller, you also said that your department collected a series of items that are also sometimes called wads, but these were made of paper. That's correct. And I believe you also testified that some of these items were actually the whole wad and some appear to be just pieces of wad. Yes. These wads that you're talking about here are made of like a compressed paper. That's correct. And they can they can and do separate horizontally, so you can get a series of discs from like one circular object. That's correct. That's some of what you have. That's some of what you have are a whole disc, some are a series of small pieces of it. Yes. Let's just talk about the items that fit this description. Here's 48E. What was that originally? Number 14. And number 14 was found slightly to the north and the west of the end of the southern section of the couch where Mr. Menendez was sitting. Yes. Can you tell if that's a whole or a part of a paper wad? It appears to be a whole. And the next one I'm handing to you is 48J, which is number 12. The court says, we're not going to show any more at this point. Ms. Aronson says, all right, I wanted to show an example of these. Court says we're not going to do that. Ms. Aronson says, all right, this is 12. 12 appears. Hold these up. Does 12 appear to be a whole or a partial wad? It appears to be a partial. Now showing you 48H. What was that originally? 18. And that also appears to be a partial. All right. This is 48R. It's pieces of a paper wadding, number 13. And this is 48L. Appears to be a whole wad, a whole piece of wad, item number 15. Just hold that up a sec. This is pretty easy to see. This one is 48N. Item number 2 also appears to be a whole piece of wad. This one is less distorted than any of the others you've seen so far. Yes. What was that? 48N, and it was originally item 2, says the witness, item 2. And 2 is right in front of the front door and the west doors of the room, the entry doors. Isn't that where it was found? Yes, and that's 2. Okay, and the last one of the series is 48O. Partially item number 22, and it appears to be just a partial. Now, would you take a look at 48P? Does that appear to be a buckshot pellet? Yes. Is that Q48Q? Yes. Does that appear to be a buckshot pellet? Yes. 48D? Is that also a buckshot pellet? Yes. 48B contains 3 pieces, correct? That's correct. And is that the 3 pieces that comprise 21? Yes. Does that appear to have buckshot pellet or pellets? Pellets. A piece of paper wad? That's correct. And a piece of bracelet? That's correct. 48A appears to be a buckshot pellet? Yes. Appears to be a buckshot pellet? Yes. And 48K appears to be a buckshot pellet? Yes. So in examining these envelopes, again, with your lead detective, you get a lot of your evidence in both, both sides can benefit from that. So they're both doing that. So in examining these envelopes, it appears that your recollection that all the pellets that were collected were of the larger type, the buckshot type. That's correct. Your Honor, I would like to circulate just this one piece, item 11, the shot cup, so the jury can see that. Court says, you're talking about 48C? Correct, Your Honor. Okay. Thank you, Deputy Deering. And continuing on, Ms. Abramson says, while the jury's doing that, Your Honor, I have a small photograph. What I would like to do is mark it just temporarily because I don't want to break up the only whole set I still have. There are other photographs that have been logged with the court, duplicates, and I'd like To pull that duplicate one out at some point, the court says, all right, it will be marked as 71 with the understanding that you may substitute another one for it. There says, thank you, Your Honor. Now, I've handed you the photograph that's been marked 71. Do you recognize what it depicts? Yes, I do. Does it show the locking device that is at the bottom of the western door of the two French doors? Yes. Now, the locking device on the other door on the eastern side is at the top of the door, correct? That's correct. And on the western door, there's a lock at the bottom. Yes. Thank you. This is a tiny picture. Mr. Levin says it's clipped on the top. Ms. Amerson says, thank you, Barry. And the locking device that we talked about is the little brass thing. Yes. Right here on the bottom. Now, yes. Yes. Now, right next to it on the floor, in addition to the three items of evidence that were labeled 21, the wad, the pellet, and the piece of bracelet, was there also a fair amount of broken glass? Yes, there was. And did any of that broken glass appear to have red stains similar to blood on them? Not to my recollection. You've testified that there was a bookcase in the den in the crime scene itself. On the east wall, that's correct. Now, when you had strike that, at the time that you returned to the house after the new family had purchased it, did you notice whether or not they had made any changes to those bookcases? They were removed. Totally? Yes. So the room as it appeared at the time that you went back with these individuals who were doing some measuring, no longer had the bookcases in it. That's correct. So I'm showing you Exhibit 22 again. This does show the bookcases, does it not, as they appeared on August 21st? Yes. I note on the top of the bookcase there is what I appears to be trophies. That's correct. Did you ever take a look at those trophies to see what they were for? I probably did. And did they appear to be tennis trophies? Yes. And did you note the name of the trophy winners on any of those trophies? The defendants, yes. All of these trophies were in the name of either Lyle Menendez or Erik Menendez. I believe so, yes. And this picture doesn't show the entire bookcase. No, it's cut off, some on the south side. Were there trophies lining the entire top of that bookcase from north to south? Yes. Now, you've described, and we've seen it on the diagram 24, that there is a bar in that room, which I believe you can see in the photograph I just put up. Shows this wooden mahogany type bar. That's correct. With a marble top? Yes. And how does one get into that bar? And I'm going to put up the diagram. It doesn't swing open from the front, does it? No, it does not. So, in order to get into the bar area, to get behind there, for example, make a drink, do whatever, can you show the jury on this chart, 24, how one would do that? There's a door that entered into the area thusly behind the television, which I described as a storage area, and then the back of the bar. Okay, so well, I'm a little confused by the diagram, Detective Zoller. This means this is just the edge of the bar. This line across here is just the edge of the bar, not the wall behind the bar. It appears so, yes. Okay, so that there's only a need for one door here is this little alcove that goes to the kitchen. There's a door back here, and you could walk completely through behind behind the bar. That's correct. And in fact, there's a wall here, isn't there? That's that held the storage. Yes, specifically videotapes. There were videotapes there, yes. There were a lot of videotapes, weren't there? Yes. It was your understanding, was it not, that Mr. Menendez worked for a company that duplicated and distributed videotapes? That's correct. And did you, or first of all, were any of the videotapes that were behind the television in that storage area seized as evidence? No. Were any of them removed from the premises? No. Were any of them viewed by yourself or any other officers there? No. Did you look at the labels even to see what they were, what they may have contained? Yes. Did you see labels on some of them for commercial movies? Yes. Did you see others that didn't have commercial movie labels on them? The only ones I remember were the commercial movies. So you don't remember any that were like tennis or anything about, our vacation in wherever or anything like that. Home movies. I don't recall. No. But there could have been those there. You just didn't examine each tape. That's correct. All right. Now, at some point, you had occasion to examine the items that were on the coffee table that was in front of the decedents, correct? Yes. And I believe you testified about a few of those things already, correct? That's correct. First of all, I'm going to show you the photograph that's been marked 15. That's photographed basically of a portion of the table, of the top of the table. That's correct. And in that photograph, are there two items that we would commonly call glasses? Yes. And one of them has something in it that looks pink. Yes. And the other one has uh, whiteness observable. Yes. And little dark spots. That's correct. And one that appears to be pink. Did you describe that as having lemonade in it? Yes. How do you know it was lemonade? Just by looking at it. Well, did you taste it? No, I did not. That would be dangerous, wouldn't it? Yes, it would. Did you smell it? I don't recall. So you are assuming it was lemonade as compared to some other pink colored drink? Yes. And in the kitchen of this house, did you also see a pitcher containing pink liquid? Yes. Did you taste what was in the pitcher? No, I did not. Did you smell it? I may have, I don't recall. So would it be fair? My arms are too short. Would it be fair to say that what was in the pitcher in the kitchen looked similar to what was in the glass on the coffee table? Yes, it would. But you cannot testify that it was the same. No, I cannot. And you cannot testify as to what, in fact, either of those liquids were. That's correct. So long as it doesn't hit anybody. Uh, okay, thank you. I I just put that up to show the proximity for the distance of the kitchen from the den, okay? And does that part of the diagram seem accurate? Yes. On this diagram, you see the area in gray in the kitchen. Yes. And do you know what that's supposed to designate? Counter and or cabinetry. The part that runs along the north wall, to the best of your recollection, was counter? Yes. And the part that runs along the south wall was a combination of counter and stove? That's correct. And the two little bits along the east wall were actually something like pantries here and here and here. That's correct. Cabinets, right? Correct. And on the west wall, was that a combination of counters and a big built-in refrigerator and a big built-in freezer? Yes. Of the brand Sub-Zero. Do you remember? I don't know the brand, but it looked like that. The type that are built in, not freestanding. Yes. Now, it isn't there or wasn't there. Also, right in there, right in the running, the entire length of that kitchen up the middle, a huge island. Well, not running the length of it, but an island in between. I mean, running where the words kitchen appear, there would be an island, right? Yes. And it runs two-thirds, let's say, takes up two-thirds of the kitchen, of the counter of the kitchen. Yes. And was it on that center island that you saw the picture of pink lemonade liquid? Yes. See, I even called it lemonade. Do you also recall seeing a large bottle of Coca-Cola? Yes. Partially full bottle of Coca-Cola? Yes. Did you go looking for any glasses that might have held Coca-Cola? I didn't observe any, no. Was there not on the stove in the kitchen a frying pan with food residue? Yes. Did you see any plates that had held that food? Possibly in the sink. I don't recall. Let me just ask you this. Do you have any idea when that food was cooked in that frying pan? No. Do you have any idea who, if anyone, ate the food cooked in that frying pan? No. Do you have any idea of whether the food cooked in that frying pan was cooked that day or the day before or any day before that? No. Do you have any idea who may have drank that pink liquid that was in the glass in the den? No. And in fact, the glass wasn't full, was it? No, it wasn't. Do you have any idea if anyone in fact ever did drink any of the liquid in that glass? No. Or when, if it had been drunk, the drinking occurred? No. Could it have been days before? Could have been. You know they have a messy house, so it's not like they would have just picked up their plates right away, you know? Could it have been, or he says it could have been, the glass was not taken into the custody of the Beverly Hills Police Department? That's correct. It was never tested, nor was its contents to see, for example, if there was a high bacterial level that might tell you how long it had been exposed to the air. That's correct. And the same time, I take it, is true of the same, I take it, is true of the glass that had the white stuff and the dark stuff. Correct. Which you have testified you believed was at one time blueberries and whipped cream. Correct. Now, did you see any blueberries in that glass at the time that you looked at it? I think the dark area I assumed was blueberries. Actual blueberries or the residue? The residue. Do you know the difference between, say, blueberry residue and blackberry residue? Precisely, no. And concerning whether the white stuff was whipped cream or Cool Whip or ice cream or anything else, do you know that either? No. So you like blueberries and whipped cream? Mr. Khan, objection, irrelevant, sustained. Do you routinely eat blueberries and whipped cream? No. So you're not even particularly familiar with blueberries and whipped cream, is that correct? As far as personally eating it, no. Okay, it was basically, well, it was, in fact, an empty glass with residue sticking to the sides. Correct. And if indeed someone had eaten anything from that glass, would it be fair to say you haven't the faintest idea who might have been, who it might have been, and when it might have been eaten? That's correct. And there, too, that glass from the den was never taken into custody. That's correct. Its contents was never tested to see if it could be determined what it really was, correct? Correct. Or how long it had been exposed to the elements. Correct. Did you open the refrigerator to the kitchen to see if there was any blueberries in the refrigerator? I don't recall, but I generally have a habit of looking through the refrigerator. But you don't, you do, yes. Okay, for drugs or for food or for what? Like, why do you look in the fridge to see what's in there? People store drugs in refrigerators, don't they? Correct. Don't you have a recollection of doing that here? No. Okay, so he doesn't have a recollection of opening the fridge, even though he says he opens the fridge routinely. And he doesn't know if there were blueberries or whipped cream or any of the things that he said. Craziness. All right, I take it you also don't have a recollection, therefore, of whipped cream. No. Okay. There was also a glass on the center island in the kitchen that I believe you testified appeared to have contents similar to the contents or residue of the glass on the coffee table in the den. That's correct. That too was not taken into custody and was never tested. Correct. Moreover, there were spoons in each of these glasses. Correct. Were the spoons ever taken into custody to be tested for saliva to see whose saliva was on the spoon? No. And I take it, Detective Zoller, you have no idea, nor would you be able to even guess when or if anyone ever ate from the glass that was in that kitchen. Correct. And you're familiar with the fact that somewhere, someone at some time realized to the media the notion that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez were eating blueberries or berries and cream when they were shot. Someone at some time gave this notion. And Mr. Khan objects to that, says it's irrelevant, and the court sustains it. She says, well, it's not admitted for the truth, Your Honor. He says it's irrelevant. Ms. Abramson says, you recall testifying earlier that when you were talking to Lyle Menendez in New Jersey, you mentioned to him that you believed that the coroner's office had released to the media information about an organized crime connection in the case. Yes. And there was and their other information, and that was something that you really didn't have any evidence to back at the time. That's correct. So it was based, the court says, wait, let's clarify. What didn't we what didn't he have evidence to back? Ms. Abramson says that there was any kind of organized crime. Yes. So that was erroneous or fallacious information that was released by the coroner's office. Correct. Didn't they release similarly fallacious information about the condition of the crime scene? Yes. Wasn't one of those pieces of the fallacious information that there was food in that room? Objection, irrelevant. Court says, do you know what information they released regarding food? The witness says, I don't. Ms. Abrams says, didn't you tell me once that it was the coroner's office that released this information about there being strawberries and cream or berries and cream? Objection, hearsay, and irrelevant. The court sustains it. Ms. Abrams says, you never said that, did you? No, I did not. Objection, irrelevant, overruled. You have never said to anyone or claimed to anyone that there was any food in that room at the time of the shooting. That's correct. You do try to be very accurate, do you not, about what you find at a crime scene? Yes. In fact, wasn't it your department's policy not to release specifics of physical evidence found at a crime scene before the crime has been solved? Yes. And didn't you follow the policy and procedure in this case? Yes, we did. Now, I believe I put some photographs in front of you to illustrate the things we've just talked about. Mr. Levine says, I have it down pat now. She says, good. Okay, we've talked about 15 in 15, which is the photograph of the top of the table. You see the two glasses. You've been talking about the one with the pinkish stuff and the one with the whitish stuff. Yes. I want to draw your attention over to something else in the photograph, and that is if you look at the photograph on the left-hand side, which is the edge of the coffee table, do you see what appears to be reddish-brown stains? Yes, I do. Did you notice those reddish-brown stains that night? Yes. Do there appear to be things that look smeared and things that look like drops? Yes. And what did that appear to be to you? Blood. And do those bloodstains appear to be in close proximity to Mr. Menendez's body? Yes. Are there also what appear to be streaks or spatters of blood or drops of blood on some paper items directly in front of that smeared area, directly in front of the smeared area? Yes. And the very top paper item is an envelope, is it not? Yes, it is. Now, you testified on direct that you saw some printed literature and some other mail from the University of California, Los Angeles or UCLA. That's correct. That particular envelope that's in the photograph you're now looking at, 15, can you see that that envelope also comes from the University of California, but from a different school? Yes. Does that envelope appear to come from the University of California at Berkeley? Yes. Or what's known colloquially as Cal? Yes. And do you remember, or are your eyes good enough, Detective Zoller, to figure out what is this printed literature directly above in the photograph of the envelope from Cal? I can't read the large bold print, but other than that, I can't read any of it. So you're better than I am. What does the large bold print say? On the left, it says general information. On the right, it says reduced fee student carpool program. So that too sounds like some kind of school-based literature. Yes. And you don't remember, do you remember ever actually reading that? No. Do you know if what school that came from? No. The court says, okay, before you put that up, we'll take our break for the lunch hour. It's noon. We'll resume at 1:30. Ladies and gentlemen, don't discuss the matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. Blah, 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 blah. All right, I was intending to go a lot further here to try to get through Detective Zoller and the 911 operator. I don't know if we're going to do it all, but we're going to try. All right, so just FYI, we still have at least 100 pages more to go to get through Detective Zoller. So this is we're probably not going to get to, I know my thumbnail originally said, I'll have to fix it for the channel, but my thumbnail originally said we'll get to the dispatcher. I don't think we're going to get to her because I think Zoller might be continued over for another day, but let's keep going for just a little bit longer. All right, so the court says the defendants are here with their lawyers. People are here. Jury is en route. Any matters that counsel have that you want to take up until the jury arrives? Mr. Gessler says, yes, Your Honor, at this time we want to ask for discovery sanctions regarding information given to us this morning on Jamie Pisarcik. I have a copy for the court of the information given us on Friday concerning her. The one-page typed information here from Ms. Nahara's notes and about a 13-page document, which are the notes of Les Zoller of that conversation that we were handed this morning. The difference is so significant, Your Honor, and there is considerable information that has never come to our attention before at the first trial or at any other time, that I feel that the sanction in this case, given the repeated failure of discovery in this case, should be that she be prohibited from testifying to anything over and beyond what she testified to in the last trial. The bailiff says, excuse me, Your Honor, can I bring the jurors in? The court says yes. So before we even go on, there's more problems with discovery. We're on second week, Monday of the second week, and already we're asking for sanctions because just about every single day there's been some issue with discovery. Either the prosecution is turning it over that morning or they're turning over their witness list way too late. Whatever the cause is, whatever the problem is, it's an ongoing problem, as you can see, and I think this is going to be a reoccurring theme all throughout. So, and of course, the judge doesn't want to do anything to deal with it. So he's like, yeah, sure, bring the jury in. We don't care about these other little mishaps. So before the jury comes back in, the jury does enter. Sorry. Jury enters from the jury room back from the hall. All right. So Mr. Gessler says, I'm giving the two documents to the court, Your Honor. So jury enters jury room. from back hall. So are they in a jury room, not in the court? I'm assuming they're not in the court because otherwise it would have said in the presence of the court, I think. I don't know. So Mr. Gessler continues his arguments. I'm giving the two documents to the court, Your Honor, so you can compare the difference in the two documents given us, and then before ruling, we'd like to be able to point out differences, the differences between anything that was testified to before. But we do not want to do that in front of the media who seem to play up things that may never go before the jury. They do that often, don't they? The court says, well, at this point, we'll be aware that you have this motion and we'll schedule it for a hearing, but I don't want to consume the time right now. Mr. Gessler says, I didn't want to spring it on the court when she's actually coming into court for the first time. The court says, okay, I understand. Are we ready to resume with the jury? Ms. Abramson says, yes, Your Honor. As I've informed the court, I do have two .22 caliber rifles here that I intend to show the witness. I invited the prosecutors to look at it, and they did not take advantage of the opportunity. I intend to show them to the witness to see if they appear similar. I don't believe he can have a specific identification, but that will be done when Carlos Baralt testifies on Wednesday. Mr. Khan says, I will object to the rifle on the grounds of relevance. It has no connection to the crime scene. Court says, well, assuming these rifles are identified by somebody as the weapons, the rifles that were in the closet upstairs and is described by Detective Zoller in his testimony, the objection is overruled. Ms. Abramson says, thank you, Your Honor. The court says, all right, let's get the jury out. See, when it's something that's like not super important to the case, the judge will be like, okay, I'll give it to you. And that seems to be the way that like Judge Cannoni is and Judge Gull is in Delphi, Cannoni in um, Norfolk County, Canton, the Canton cover-up series. Um, all these judges seem to, you know, rule for the most part, probably about 75% of the time, they're ruling in favor of the prosecution. But like every now and then, when it doesn't really matter a whole lot as much to the case, they'll be like, okay, you can have that one. I'll give them that, as Judge Bev says from Norfolk County. I'll let him have it. All right, so Ms. Abramson says, thank you. The court says, all right, get the jury out. Following proceedings took place in the presence of the jury. The court says, all right, the jury is back. The witness is on the witness stand. You may continue your cross-examination. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Abramson continues on. First, I want to deal with the replacement photograph for Exhibit 71. Showing you Detective Zoller first, the one I originally wrote 71 on, and now the one with the clerk's label. Do they appear to be identical photographs? Yes. Your Honor, I'm now removing the originally marked photograph. Thank you. We were talking about some items in the kitchen, showing you a photograph that was marked in the first trial as exhibit number 262. Mr. Levin says 72. Ms. Abramson says, now marked Exhibit 7-2. Do you recognize that photograph? Yes, I do. Does that photograph show the empty glass with the spoon and the residue that was in the kitchen? Yes. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't recall this being like as big of an issue in the first trial. Did they not talk about it as much in the first trial, or was it just so long ago that I don't remember them making as big of a deal about the berries and cream, whatever? I don't know. Um, and like their facts are wrong too. But anyways, all right. So he says yes, that photograph shows the glass with the spoon and residue in the kitchen. All right. Approximately, if you can approximate, how many feet was it between the coffee table in the den and the center island in the kitchen where that glass was? A complete guess would be 60 feet. Okay. Does the photograph you're holding in your hand now, number 72, also show the partially full bottle of Coca-Cola? Yes. Did it also show the pitcher with the pink liquid? Yes. Does it also show what appears to be a plastic bottle that may have been water of some sort? Yes. The kind of bottle that mineral water comes in. Correct. Now, showing you a photograph that was marked in the first trial, 263, which I will now mark as 73. Is that also a shot in the center of the kitchen island? On the right-hand side of the photo, it is, yes. And in that photograph, can you also see the top of the stove? Yes. And does that photograph show a frying pan with something in it? Yes. And in the photograph, as in the previous one, is the empty glass with the residue circled in red? Yes. And does the photograph show the two built-in refrigerator freezer combination that you spoke of? Yes, it does. Now, this photograph, the one before you now, also shows a portion of the flooring of the kitchen. It does. And was the flooring of that kitchen a series of small white tiles? Yes. And then there was a border of some kind around the tiles? That's correct. And did similar white tiles line, I'm going to do it. I did it. Okay. Did similar white tiles line this entry passage that ran between the dining room and the den to the kitchen? Yes. Remember, this is transcript, so they're doing things in the process and handing things, holding things up, putting things on a screen or a board or something. So there's going to be language that kind of doesn't fit with the testimony, but that's okay. We still get what's going on. So yes, these tiles lined the entryway from the dining room to the den to the kitchen. All right. And was it this entry passage or within the kitchen itself that the item that was originally labeled 23, the stain on the flooring, appeared? I thought it was the right inside. I thought it was right inside the kitchen. Sorry. So he thought the stain was inside the kitchen. So it would be past the entryway that has counters on one side and cabinetry on the other. To my recollection, yes. Here's somewhere where I'm circling. Yes. Now, item 23 was photographed? That's correct. And that photograph, I believe, was shown to you by Mr. Khan last week. Yes. Now, I'll find it in a minute, or I'll ask Mr. Levin to. It showed a blush or greenish color to the floor? Yes. Was that a filter that was being used on the camera to try to show the stain? Yes. So they're using filters on the camera. Okay. Because the floor is and was white? Yes. Now, what was done with that stain item 23? Anything? The Identification Bureau photographed it, obviously. Yes. And then tried to determine if it was blood. And it was not. Is that what's known as a presumptive test for blood? Yes. Is that without getting into anything scientific? You're not a blood expert? Correct. So you are an investigator who orders the ID people to do or not do certain things. Yes. Is a presumptive test for blood something that can rule out a stain being blood? Yes. And it did in that case? That's correct. And once that happens, there's no point in collecting it or lifting it or testing it? Correct. Now, were any of these presumptive tests for blood conducted on any of the blood spatters in the den? I don't believe so, no. With respect to the spatters in the den, you were confident, were you not, that what you were seeing was, in fact, blood? Yes. And because obviously there were two people who had been shot, and obviously blood was produced by that act. That's correct. May I have a moment, Your Honor? There's a brief pause. Ms. Abramson continues. So, whatever 23 was, it remained at 722 North Elm Drive and was never further examined. Correct. And 23 was the only item, in fact, that was labeled outside the actual den. Correct. And it was the only item on that location list that was located north of the north wall. Correct. We're going to get the photograph just so the jury knows what we're talking about. Now, I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit 16. Basically, this was a photograph at the last trial that was cut in half. Yes. The part that is relevant about this is the paperwork that you see here. That's correct. Now, that paperwork appears to give directions for actual enrollment or registration. Is that correct? This is the UCLA paperwork. He says that's correct. And does that paper say UCLA on it? Yes. Now, that paper was also not an item that was collected from the scene. That's correct. Did you ever actually pick it up and open it and look through it? No. Really? That item had blood on it? Yes. And ordinarily, is your practice not to handle bloody evidence? Yes. And if it didn't appear to you at the time to have any evidentiary value, you would not just rummage through bloody things. No. And you didn't rummage through that. No. You did a double negative. Did you rummage through that or look through or read it? I did not. Okay, now we understand. The best of your recollection, I hate when that happens, when it's like, did you or did you not? And they're like, no. It's like, well, what are you answering? To the best of your recollection, Detective Zoller, oh, by the way, based on both the photographs and your own recollection, was there any writing implement on any kind on um on the coffee table in the den? Not that I was aware, no. Now, based on your recollection of the house, we'll strike that. Did you go into the maid's room of the house when you returned to the location after the new family had purchased the house? No. And did you go through that part of the house, though, at the time you were investigating the shootings? Yes, I did. This chart, again, this one is number 9, I believe. I don't think it's, I don't think I'll lift it up for this. So, okay, she's not going to hold it up. In the maid's room, the wall of the maid's room that connects to the den has what appears to be a closet. Yes. Is that your recollection that there was a closet along a portion of the common wall between the maid's room and the den? Yes. And another portion of the common wall between the den and what lay beyond it was a bathroom vanity in the maid's room or maid's bath? That's correct. And with respect to that portion of the den wall that was in common with the service porch, were there cupboards of various kinds lining the wall of the service porch that is shared with the den? He says yes. And to the best of your recollection, were those floor to ceiling cupboards? I believe so, yes. My colleague has located Exhibit 55. This is a photograph of the stain 23 from the kitchen floor. Yes, it is. Let me just put that up. Thank you. Some months after August 21st, 1989, did you return to 722 North Elm and conduct a further search? Yes. And at that time, did you observe and take into police custody some paperwork having to do with someone who was named Howard Whitkin? Yes. And where inside the premises was that paperwork located? In the master bedroom. Now you have before you some photographs, enlargements of photographs taken by the Beverly Hills Police Department of the master bedroom. Yes, I do. And do any of these photographs that are in front of you, and we'll mark them if they do show the place where you found paperwork. If they do, show the place where you found the paperwork. All three of them do. The best one is probably this one, previously marked 260. Ms. Abramson says 260, Your Honor. I'd like to mark then as 74. All right. Would you describe what the view is of the master bedroom in that photograph? The view is on the south side of the room, looking in a northerly direction, showing the back of the television, the north wall, and the east wall. Back of the television, back when we had televisions that were like this big in like wide. They were our TVs were not flat screens back then. All right, Ms. Abramson says, now, Mr. Levin, I would use your help to put this up. This is 6, Your Honor, that I'm holding. Before you now is the chart that's been numbered 6. If you could step down and, what would be useful, would you take 74 with you? And if you can, illustrate for the jury where on the chart the items that you see in 74 appear. Pretty much this angle here, the television was actually just beyond the doorway, so the camera angle is thusly showing the bed in this direction, and this, instead of the door, is this window. The fireplace is here. Why don't you put this, with this little post-it note, I'm going to put 74 on it to indicate that it refers to 74, and place it where you believe the camera is aimed from. From that wall? Correct. And shooting that way, that would put the television somewhere in the zone here. That's correct. Okay, thank you. And where precisely was the paperwork that referred to Mr. Whitkin on his business located in that room when you went back and searched? It was on the television. As you can see in the photograph, it has a VCR on top of the television, another antiquated item from the 90s. Plus, looks like a cable box, also antiquated. And well, cable boxes, I guess, are still around, but not like they used to be. And it was on either the VCR or the cable box. Okay, let me put that up. And when was it that you conducted that search and seized that paperwork? December 5th of 1989. Now, there's another photograph that I'd like to mark, Your Honor. This has been marked before. This is an exhibit that Mr. Khan was going to mark, so we're doing it now, number 75. Do you recognize what's depicted in this exhibit? Yes. And what is that? It's a photograph of the den area, showing the locations where Mr. and Mrs. Menendez were located, and this is after they had been removed. Now, I noticed in this photograph, Detective Zoller, that at the very corner of the couch, the most westerly corner of the couch, that is where Mr. Menendez's body was found. That's correct. And there is a pillow, a cushion of the couch resting up against the back of the couch. Yes. Is that the position it was in even when Mr. Menendez's body was there? I believe so. If you need to, would you like to see any of the other photographs to confirm that? I would, yes. Let me show you one. I'd ask it not to be shown to the jury, but just to refresh your recollection at this point. I will show you this one. Have you refreshed your own recollection? Yes. This is a photograph that shows Mr. Menendez. Can you see the pillow is behind him? Yes. Thank you. Now, looking at 75, which is in front of you, to the right of the position of Mr. Menendez, was where Mr. Menendez was. Do you see some pillows appear to be piled up? Yes. Were those pillows piled up at the time that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez were still in the room? Yes. And was it your recollection, therefore, that right next to the pillow that Mr. Menendez was sitting on, there was no loose pillow back up against there was no loose pillow back up against the couch? Correct. And when we talked a moment ago about pillows piled up, you understood I was referring to these two pillows piled up on top of one another next to where you have evidence number 6 appearing. Yes. Do you have any recollection, Detective, when you were doing your examination of the scene, to looking at any prescriptive medicine bottles in either Mr. or Mrs. Menendez's bathrooms? Yes. And did you see any prescription medications in in Mrs. Menendez's bathroom? Yes. And did you note what the drugs' names were on of those prescription bottles? Objection, irrelevant. The court says you can answer the question. Overruled. The witness says, I believe so. Yes. Your Honor, I would like the witness to indicate, well, let me do a further thing. You didn't seize any of those bottles, I take it? That's correct. I would like to ask if the witness can recall what drug names were in those bottles. Objection calls for hearsay. The question is, do you recall what names were on the bottles? Yeah, that's not hearsay. And the witness says no. Oh, I thought you said yes. There, you made it easy. How many prescription bottles did you see in her bathroom approximately? Objection, irrelevant, sustained. Did you see any alcoholic beverage bottles anywhere in the house? Yes. Were those in the bar area? Yes. Were there any in any other areas of the house that you recall? Not that I recall, no. In one of the photographs that was shown here, I think of the breakfast room, did you notice there was a telephone in the breakfast room? Yes. Did you notice there were post-it notes on the wall beneath the phone? No. You talked briefly on direct examination about the fact that you have some familiarity with shotguns? Some, yes. And are there various sizes of shotguns? Yes. And does the size of the shotgun refer to the diameter of the barrel? Yes. And to your knowledge, some are smaller and some are larger? Yes. I think you mentioned that you had heard the designation 410, correct? Based on your information, is that the smallest size gun? Yes. Is there also a 16 gauge? Yes. And then a 410? Yes. And then a 12 gauge? Yes. Strike that. Is there a 12 gauge? Is a 12 gauge larger than a 16 gauge? Yes. And is there a rare 10 gauge? Yes. Now, have you also heard of 20 gauge shotguns? Yes. Are 20 gauge shotguns, in fact, a smaller barrel than 12 gauge shotguns? Yes. So the higher the number, actually, the smaller the barrel. Correct. 41 is the smallest. 10 is the largest? Correct. Yes. Thank you. You also testified that based on your understanding, all shotguns eject from the right side? Yes. Are you familiar with a shotgun made by Browning and a shotgun made by Ithaca that ejects from the bottom? Yes. But those are rare. Yes. Did you, even though you're not a ballistics expert, could you, based on the condition of the room, what wall of the room there appeared to be damage on, and the fact that there was damage on the tree, did you determine that the firing inside the room was from inside to outside? Yes. And did you determine that the direction of the fire, from what you could observe, at least that about which you could make a decision about the direction, was from north to south? Yes, for the most part. Were there any pellets embedded in the north wall of the room? No. And there was a very large screen television in the north side, wasn't there? Yes. The screen was not broken. Was not. In fact, when you got there, the television was still on? It was. Very loudly, I believe you said. Yes. And did you see any pellets embedded in the wall, in the west wall? No. Did you see any pellets, any damage to any of the books in the bookcase? No. Did you see any pellets in the bookcase? No. Did you observe any pellets? Well, strike that. Were there some pellets embedded in the window blinds, the wooden blinds? I don't believe so. I think it went through and through. Were there any pellets embedded in the path along the south wall? I don't think so. So there were no pellets stuck in the objects? No, except the tree. Correct. And with respect to all those loose pellets, was it your recollection and your observation that they were all gathered up by your department? Yes. And did you, in fact, all after the bodies had been removed, after, say, photograph 75 had been taken, did you observe the ID Bureau technicians removing the cushions from the couch and looking for further evidence? Yes. And that evidence would have included pellets, would it not? Correct. Did they lift the skirt of the couch and look beneath it? Yes. Did they move the three sections of the couch looking for more pellets? Yes. And did they gather up the paperwork that had fallen to the floor from the coffee table looking for evidence? Yes. And based on your experience and what you observed, do you believe that your ID technicians did a conscientious search for ballistics evidence? Yes. You weren't in a hurry or anything. There was no pressure on anyone to leave the house. No. If I could have a moment, Your Honor, I'm just crossing things off. Let's talk about item number one for a moment. You indicated that that was identified as a hair or hairs. That's correct. That's the thing that's 1 foot 9 inches inside the door? Yes. Were those collected? Yes. Those are here, right? What happened to them after collection? I don't know whether it was ever taken or ever sent to the lab or not. I don't either. That's why I'm asking. Presumably, we still have it if it's not sent to the crime lab. Was it just hair or was there any potential of tissue? It was just hair from what I recall. Your understanding is hair does not decompose and it can remain in the property room? Yes. And is it your understanding that if you want to do testing on tissue or blood, you have to refrigerate it? Not necessarily blood, but because blood, they have to, they want it to air dry. Okay. So you could dry the blood and then you don't have to refrigerate it. Anything like tissue you would? Correct. You don't, or you didn't refrigerate any evidence in this case. No. And as far as you know, no one has ever looked at the hair or hairs to figure out what it is. Not to my knowledge, no. Okay, was there any particular reason why there were no photographs taken of either Mr. or Mrs. Menendez's bathrooms and closets? No, there just weren't any. Correct. And is there any particular reason why the crime scene video did not take a picture of the guns? No. Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask Deputy Spiegel to bring over the box that's next to his chair. The court says, all right. Mr. Abramson says, Your Honor, I'd like to mark this box and its contents collectively as 76, and it is so marked. She says, thank you, Your Honor. They're not as heavy as they look. It's okay. Thank you. Before we started the session this morning, you were asked to go over and take a look at these two things, correct? That's correct. And the bailiff checked these and they aren't loaded? No. Does that appear to you to be a 22 caliber rifle? Yes. Relatively new looking? Yes. And I think what we'll do, Your Honor, is I'll put a post-it on the newer one and call it 76A and the note on the older one and call it 76B. Just so we make a record, Detective Zoller, can you read what the brand name is of the 76A, the shinier of the two rifles? 76A is a Remington Speedmaster 5.52. And does it have a serial number etched on it? Yes, it does. And could you read it off? And it ends in 61. Uh, other you and the other one. I don't know what that says or what that is. Another typo, I think, from the stenographer. The other gun is a Glenfield Model 60, and it has a serial number ending in 92. I believe it's your state of mind, Detective Zoller, that you can't positively identify these guns as the two guns that you saw in the closet. That's correct. Is it fair to say they are similar, however? Yes. You described when you were testifying about the photograph of the tree that was out in the grassy area between the living room French doors and the den French doors. You described those photographs as having been taken at a time when a string or a type of some kind had been wrapped around the trunk of the tree. No? No? I thought you had. Let me find those photographs. Was there ever any effort to tie any string or tape around the tree and take it back through either the holes of the French doors? Not to tie it to the tree, just from the tree to the hole at the angle, yes. Okay, so they're doing like trajectory, whatchamacallit, learning, like Dexter would do with the blood spatter on the Dexter show, except this is with bullets. Okay, was there so in the photographs that we saw of the tree, there appeared to be some kind of string-like object coming away from the tree. Correct. What is wrapped around the tree? Not to my knowledge, no. Or was it wrapped around the tree? Sorry. Was it wrapped around the tree? He says no. How was it affixed to the tree? There's no person in the picture. Correct. I don't know. All right. Are you familiar with any photograph that was taken showing this? Was it a string or a tape? It was a tape measure. And yes, there is a photo that shows the tape going through through the hole. No. And this guy is confusing with it, like his testimony, right? He's not making sense. This is like he's backtracking. Is there any photograph that shows the other side inside the den of where the tape winds up? No. Is there any drawing of that? I thought so, but I can't get our identification bureau to find it. Well, you thought there was, but they don't find it. So maybe there wasn't, or you still think there was. Evidently, there is not. And also, before the lunch break, you were indicating that you thought some measurements had been made and there might be somewhere a drawing or a diagram reflecting those measurements. Did you remember to look for that during lunch? I did. Can't you find it, or could you find it? I didn't, but I had Kurt Kuhn fax me a copy of what he did. Oh, good. Thank you. Okie dokie. I didn't say it was good. You didn't say it was fancy, that's for sure. Let's mark this, if we can, Your Honor, 77. The court says 77. Miss Abramson says that is counsel. Do they have a copy? Witness says rough notes. Miss Abramson says rough notes. Okay. And this shows certain distances between objects in the room. Yes. And on the diagram, it indicates that the space between the back of the couch and the French doors is 27 inches. That's correct. Do you know how wide the doors are? No, I do not. Does it say on there? No, it doesn't. The court says, again, can you identify what that document is? 77. Miss Abramson says, Detective Zoller, could you describe for the record here what that document is? The document is a piece of paper with a drawing of the den, and it has items of furniture in the den and measurements from these items and the dimensions of the room. The court says, and who prepared that, if you know? The witness says, Kurt Kuhn. And the court says, and when was it prepared, if you know? It was prepared at the time that it was taken of the morning of the 21st of August of 1989. The court says, Mr. Kuhn is one of the criminalists that works for your department. The witness says, correct. Ms. Abrams says, as far as you know, Mr. Kuhn is on the prosecution's witness list, or yeah, as far as you know, as far as you, Detective Zoller, knows, Mr. Kuhn is on the prosecution's witness list as expected to be called. Yes. Okay, now, do you know, Detective Zoller, if a copy of this document was ever included in basically the P file? Do you know what the P file is? No. All right, let's just ask this. Was there a copy of this document ever contained in your files and records? This one that were the ones that were ultimately duplicated for the district attorneys and for the defense in this case? Not to my knowledge. Okay, that's why I've never seen it before. Correct. Okay. Oh, these are the tree pictures from before. Let's do this right. 45, 46, and 47. Let me just put them here. It's 46 that appears to have something. Is that upside down? Due to the fact that the string is not in the other photo, I would assume that our identification bureau put it there to run the tape measure from the tree through the hole and into the den area. Okay, so there's a string that's holding the tape measure on it, a portion of the trunk of the tree? Yes. And the darker line, the string is white? Yes. And the darker line is actually a tape measure? Correct. Okay. And I don't see, do you know if Mr. Coon and did a drawing of that, or do you know? Well, when it was done, I requested that they did do that. They can't find it. Do you remember ever seeing it even after that? No, I don't. The court says, may I see 77, please? Thank you. Abramson says, now beyond the tree, there was some kind of fencing that separated 722 North Elm from 720 North Elm, the house immediately south of it. Correct? Did the addresses go up and down by two numbers on that street? Probably, although it varies. There is no rhyme or reason, correct? Do you know if there was a wooden fence separating the two? I do not know. Did you ever inspect whatever that dividing barrier was to see if there were any pellet impacts on it? I did, but I know that I didn't, but I know that it was done. By whom? By the Identification Bureau. So either Wagenbrenner, Kuhn, or Fogg. Correct. Did you at some point seek from UCLA any kind of records concerning Erik Menendez? Yes. I show you a document that was marked Exhibit 297 for identification only. Your Honor, in this last trial, just just to ask you if you recognize it? Yes. And when I talked about the P file, you notice that has a number starting with a P? Yes. At some point before the commencement of the last trial, were you aware of the fact that the prosecutors who were then on the case, Mrs. Bazanich and Mr. Koriyama, Mr. Khan objects as irrelevant? Ms. Abramson says, I haven't finished the question. Court says sustained. It does sound irrelevant. Objection sustained. That is BS because she should be able to finish her question. Do you know if this document, if the entire P file was made available to the defense, copies for the defense? Objection, irrelevant, sustained. In any event, how are you familiar with that document? Objection, irrelevant. Well, other than seeing it in court, have you ever seen it before? The witness says, I believe it's part of the package that I obtained through a search warrant of the files from UCLA of Erik Menendez. And this document refers to Erik Menendez being enrolled in UCLA. Objection, hearsay. Objection sustained. The document would be hearsay. I don't know how, but okay. The document was provided to you in response to a search warrant for records pertaining to Erik Menendez that was served on UCLA? Yes. So then how the hell is that hearsay? But cool. It's part of the case. Okay, you did observe or have you seen any notes indicating that anyone in the ID unit observed any evidence that the couch was shot through and through? In other words, any holes going right through the couch or any part of the couch? No. Did you ever test or did anyone in your presence from the police department ever test to see if the three pieces of white plastic bracelet fit together to make a whole bracelet? No. Did you ever observe any grayish smears on any pieces of the bracelet? No. Did you ever examine the bracelet under a microscope? No. Why wouldn't any of these things be done? I mean, we know that the brothers did this because they've admitted it. But had they not, we might never have known because the law enforcement did a really crappy job in investigating, as Leslie is proving her point. And lead detective Leslie Zoller doesn't know the answers to a lot of things that he should as the lead detective. So no microscope, no putting the pieces back together, nothing like that. You've indicated that when you arrived at the scene and you went to the den, you noticed that the television was on very loud. Yes. Did you verify with other officers that that was the condition in which they found it? Yes. Was the telephone, portable telephone, I believe, that you took into custody as item number 9, ever dusted for prints? Yes. Were any prints ever developed? Yes. Do you know if they were matched to anybody? Yes. Whom? Lyle Menendez. Okay. I want to talk to you briefly about the interviews that you conducted on September 17th. First of all, you've testified. Let me back up to an interview that you conducted on September 16th of 1989. Were you in New York City on that day? Yes. And did you have an interview with a person named Donovan Goodrow on September 16th? Yes. Did you tape record your interview with Mr. Goodrow? No. On September 17th, when you went to the Baralt residence, did you have a tape recorder with you? Yes. Did you speak to the Baralts before or after you spoke to Erik or Lyle Menendez? Before. And did you tape record your interview with the Baralts? No. So the only tape recordings that they did was of the brothers, but not other witnesses. That doesn't make any sense. So now, during the interview that you had with Erik Menendez on the 17th, there was a mention of a gang thing. Do you recall that? Yes. Did you have information before that interview that at some time while Erik was living in Calabasas and going to Calabasas High School, he was attacked by some reputed gang members? Yes. And did you have information that following that event, the Menendez family had hired some security people? Yes. And did you have information that Mr. Menendez refused to pursue the matter because of fear of retaliation from gang members? Yes. And was this discussion, I know, dog, he's like circling, making tons of noise. And was this discussion of this Calabasas gang incident something that came up because you'd want to know about any animosity towards any member of the family where someone's lives has been taken in their home? That's correct. And I believe you make a comment during the interview of September 17th that you didn't feel that there was any way that that had anything to do with what had happened in this home. That's correct. So on August 21st, did you, following your interviews with Erik and Lyle Menendez in New Jersey, attempt to determine whether or not, as they told you, the film License to Kill was sold out on the night of August 21st at a theater where Batman was also playing? Objection, calls for hearsay. Overruled. Yes, says the witness. And is there, in fact, a multi-triplex theater in Century City? Yes, there is. Is that, in fact, where the Menendez brothers told you they had gone? Century 21 Theaters or Century 14? Correct. Century 14. Correct. And did you check, first of all, the listings in the paper to find out if indeed those were playing? Those two films on Sunday, August 25th, 1989? Sorry, August 20th, 1989? I don't remember whether I looked in the newspaper or not, but I did verify that they were playing that night. Did you, in fact, obtain some records ultimately from the theater indicating the count of people who attended License to Kill and Batman to show which was sold out, which was not? Yes. Did you also, following your conversation with the Menendez brothers in New Jersey, seek to obtain some telephone records from the Sprint company for public telephones that were located in the Santa Monica Civic Auditorium? Yes. But it might have been before then. Yes. But during that statement as well, though, were you told by either of the Menendez brothers that they had made a phone call or Lyle Menendez had made a phone call to Perry Berman his friend from a phone at the Santa Monica Civic? I believe so, yes. And did you obtain spirit records that indicated a telephone number that was Perry Berman's telephone number from the phones? Yes. And do you recall the time of the call that those records indicate? 11:07, 11:15 p.m., I believe. You saw those records were marked at the last trial? Yes. And they're probably here in these boxes and bags now. The court says, what were those phone calls? The witness says, phone calls from the Santa Monica Civic to Perry Berman's number. Was that was 11:07 and 11:15 p.m., correct, of the 20th. Let me ask you, you're aware of the fact that a 911 call or call to the emergency system was made from 722 Elm Drive sometime before you got a call at home about the shooting? Yes. Does the Beverly Hills Police Department 911 system generate a dispatch log? Yes. Can I? Yes. The phone call made to Perry Berman was 10:07 and 10:15, I believe. No, it was 11:07. You were right the first time. Okay. What is your current recollection? 11:07 and 11:15 and 11:15. Did you know? We'll get to that later. You're aware that call was made to 911 system about the shooting from the 722 North Elm? Yes. Do you recall what time of that call? Blah, what the time of that call was? Do you recall what the time of that call was? It was 11:46. So the 11:07 and 11:15 from the Civic, they were calling Perry, and now 11:46, they're calling 911. And is there a dispatch log that's generated at the Beverly Hills Police Department to indicate when a call comes in and then what action is taken by the police or by the department in response to the call? Yes. What we'd like to do, Your Honor, is mark a copy that in fact has a Xerox of the evidence tag on it so that we can be confident that it is a copy. What I'd like to do is substitute the original when it's returned to the courtroom. Right now, this is a photocopy of what was exhibit number 2 in the first trial, and I'd like to mark it. The court says 78. Thank you, Your Honor. Showing you what's been marked 78, do you recognize that document? Yes. And what is it? It's a document that's labeled Sequence of Events, a dispatch tape of August 20th, 1989 from 23:47 to 0:37 hours. Now, 23:47 is military time for 11:46 p.m. That's correct. And let me get a copy of that. Now, is that a standard log that's produced by the Beverly Hills Police Department when an incident results in an investigation, when a call results in an investigation? Somewhat, yes, it's different now, but then on August 21st, August 20th and 21st, 1989, is this what would print out? Yes. Is this automatic or does a person have to pull information from another place and pull it on here? This looks like it was typed for this trial and it's different than what this is. So it's typed up specifically for the trial. Who did it? I don't know. It doesn't say on it. What does WTFMEN mean? I don't know what that means. Okay, is there a system at Beverly Hills PD for 911 calls where the time a call comes in is automatically recorded? Yes. Does that same system automatically record? Let me give you a hypothetical. Let's assume someone calls in to 911 and says, I've just been shot. Okay. Okay. And then the dispatcher who's taking the call would then call for paramedics. Let's see. Okay. Would the system automatically indicate when that call for paramedics goes out? No. Let's say the dispatcher calls for a unit police car to go out, would that system indicate when that unit was called or sent out? You're talking about in 1989? Yeah. No. Would there be a record kept of when paramedics were sent when a unit was called for? Yes. So would one construct reconstruct later the timing of all those events, the automatic time from the 911, the dispatch time to paramedics, the dispatch time to police units? Yes. And you're aware of the fact that in this particular case, having listened, you've listened to the 911 tape? Yes. Does it contain a call from the police department to the house at 722 Elm Drive following the original call from 722 to the police department? It does. Would the time of that callback be noted on some form? Yes. And do you notice on the first page of the dispatch log that it includes a reference for the time of the 911 call? Yes. The time of a dispatch request for paramedics? Correct. The time of the callback for the police to the house? Yes. The time of the call from the paramedics? Yes. And do you recall Dr. or Detective and he's not a doctor. Detective Zoller, whether you directed someone to compile that document. I don't recall. The document is not the court says the document is not prepared contemporaneous with the event. It was prepared sometime later on. The witness says that's correct. Ms. Abramson continues. Do you know if the Beverly Hills Police Department still has the documents from what that document was prepared, the ones that are made contemporaneous with the events? I don't know. Let me show you what's been previously marked exhibit number 19 in the previous trial. So number 79, Your Honor, Mr. Levin says yes. Ms. Abramson continues and ask if you recognize this document. Yes. And does that appear to be a copy of the Sprint records? Well, it is the Sprint of the records that show the 2 telephone calls made to Perry Berman's number from the Santa Monica Civic. Yes, and it is the Sprint record. Okay, what that means is that Sprint was the telephone service for those phones at the Santa Monica Civic for toll calls, or a Sprint card was used. All right, let's figure out which this is then. Is this the telephone company records or the records of the use of a credit card? The court says, if you know. Why would he interject with that? Because there was no objection. But all right. So the witness says, I don't know, and I can't tell from this form. Ms. Abramson says, do you have information that the Menendez family had a Sprint card? I believe so, yes. And that Lyle Menendez used the Sprint card to make phone calls? Yes. But whichever method by which that was generated, that does show 2 phone calls the night of August 20th, 1989 to Perry Berman's number at 11:07 and at 11:15 p.m. That's correct. The court says, does it show the duration of those calls? The witness says, yes, it does. The court says, what was the duration of the first call at 11:07? The witness says 6 minutes. The court says, and 11:15? The witness says 1 minute. Ms. Aronson says, are you familiar with, well, strike that. Why did he ask those questions instead of her? I don't know. You testified on direct that you had gone to, I think that's what you said, 100 gun stores in a 10-mile radius of Beverly Hills during the months preceding March of 1990. He says approximately. Did you go there by foot or did you call them or both? Both. It was a 10-mile radius of Calabasas and Beverly Hills. And that's because you understood that the Menendez family lived in Calabasas? Yes. And at the time of the homicides, lived in Beverly Hills? Correct. And was one of those stores that you went to, in fact, in person, a store that was near Van Nuys called Target Range and Gun World on Cohasset Street? Yes. And does Target Range and Gun World consist of 2 separate structures? Yes. Is one of them an indoor firing range? Yes. In the other one, a small store in which guns and ammunition are sold? Yes. And did you go to Target Range in Gun World because you received information that it was a place that sold Fiachi ammunition? It is. And were you trying to check out all the stores within the 10-mile radius that sold Fiachi ammunition? Yes. And did you, in fact, at this particular location, leave a photograph of both Eric and Lyle Menendez, one of each of them, with the employees at Target Range and Gun World? Yes. So he left copies of pictures with them. Had you shown those photographs to the employees who were present when you were there? Yes. And were you asking if they recognized them, the ones who were present, if they recognized either Eric or Lyle Menendez? That's correct. Did you receive information that there were other employees who were not present? Yes. That's why you left the pictures? That's correct. Are you familiar with any other indoor firing range and gun store combination in the Van Nuys area that's set up in two different buildings? No. That's the only one that has two different buildings, to my knowledge. And the buildings, in fact, are across the street from each other? Yes, they are. And at that part of Cohasset Street, does it end in a dead end at the railroad tracks? Or at the airport, yes. Or at the airport, right. Let me call your attention, if I can, Detective Zoller, to photograph 75, the one of the couch where Mr. and Mrs. Menendez have been removed. Do you know if at that time the photograph was taken whether or not the coffee table had been moved? No, I do not. Although I believe the investigator and his assistants moved it. And they moved it in order to be able to better handle their bodies? That's correct. And do you know if they ever moved it back to where it had been? I don't recall. You can't tell from the photograph whether that was one that shows the table moved or not. Correct. Even though the bodies are gone, are they not? Correct. From the very beginning, from the very first observation that you made, though the table was slightly non-par, slightly at an angle to the couch. Correct. Non-parallel. I think she might have been saying not it wasn't parallel to the couch anymore, it was a little askew. He says that's correct. Do you remember observing on, let me just point it out to you, on anywhere from the center west on the table, do you recall at the edge of the table observing something that looked like scraping of the finish of the wood, where the finish of the wood was sort of scraped or scratched? The actual edge of it? Yeah, I don't. No. Do you remember testifying at the grand jury those many years ago that you saw some scrape marks or that you thought were scrape marks at the edge of the table? Yes. And was it on the edge? It was actually what I described in this proceeding, the mark from approximately 4 inches in to the edge of the table. So you're talking about a scrape mark on the top? Correct. Do you recall seeing any scrape marks along the edge, though, such as one that would have been uh, like if you were in the habit of resting one's foot? I don't. On the edge of the table. Okay. I want to turn now for just a few moments to the tape recording that you went to a bank to get. Okay? Yes. Do you understand your testimony to the effect that you did not actually see that tape recording come out of the safety box? That's correct. And the best you recall, the man that you're referring to as Dr. Oziel, he wasn't in the room with the box either when the tape came out. If it came out of it. Correct. All right. And you never took possession of that tape because this was a search with a special master. That's correct. So he didn't even gather the tape himself. There's no chain of custody on the Oziel tape. Ugh, wow. This makes me even more angry after last time, after him secretly and getting their permission, and manipulating them to agree to even do the video or tape recordings, because he's like, I'll help you. I can help you with a defense and a strategy. And you guys, by being with him, working on it, he was going to help them. All right. So, and when there is a search with the special master in this case, was a lawyer. The special master in this case was a lawyer. That's correct. Named Mr. Mogul. Gary Mogul? Correct. And when a police officer conducts a search with a special master, it is the rule, as I understand, only the master can handle the evidence, not the police. Correct. So he's a lawyer and not an officer of the law. And chain of custody, bye bye. And that's why you never took custody of that or any other tape that was found that day. Correct. And were there not, numerous other tapes that you saw coming in Mr. Mogul's possession when he came out of the bank vault area? That's correct. And is it your recollection that there was, in fact, more than one copy of the particular tape that had been played here? I don't know that, no. Do you recall testifying in a hearing recently? If I could have just a minute to move all the paper, I believe it's best if I do it. The court says, let's take our recess now and we'll resume after 10 minutes, at 10 minutes after 3. 10 minutes after 3, recess was taken. I think this is a good place to stop. This is a longer video than I had intended. I miscalculated completely. So we are going to be back with the very final portion of Detective Zoller's testimony and definitely the 911 dispatcher in the next episode. Thank you guys so much for watching. Please hit the like button on your way out, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye now.